Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the College Genesis, your chief host with the most to talk about. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your support. Now, folks, coming off last night's show where I did a show called Lies My People Tell, you look at the chat room last night, lies, lies, lies. You look at slave catcher Measy, next slave catcher Measy, lies, 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 lies. I mean, like, does anybody tell the truth nowadays? Yeah, cook collar can't answer can't follow instructions, can't really answer what the title says or what the thing, but you cooked collar. Like I said, it's just getting funny, man. Like I said, they call me the ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns. Everybody think they cook collar. Everybody, it's funny. Yeah, it's really hilarious. But folks, we're gonna move on. From last night, a whole lot of lying being told last night. Whole lot of lying, man. That's what we dealt with last night. The liars and whatnot. And one of the lies that I'm building tonight is that's been circulating in Black America is we know and I know that this Atlanta child murder thing is a curse in Black America. And like I said, let me set it up for you. There was a writer that lived in the 20s and 30s that moved to France, African American writer named Richard Wright. And he says something that always stuck with me because I used to be an early reader of Richard Wright when I was in high school and junior high school. And he said, you cannot be mad at and hate white people with not equally hating Black people. What he meant by that was everything Black people go through in America is because somebody decided that this is what they did because of we're creatures of comfort. The Atlanta child murders happened and we don't have the truth is because Black people in Atlanta got comfortable. They start seeing good jobs and stuff like that. So therefore, the police, law enforcement, and I'm going to break this down tonight, right? I'm going to destroy anybody who tries to disagree. Look, the law enforcement in any city, right? If the forensics person, the people do fiber, and people say that's what happened, guess what? That's what happened. The same pattern of behavior is going on right now. There's been a total of 63 suspicious lynchings in the South since like the 1990s. Did Wayne Williams come out of jail and lynch all those Black people? We keep finding bodies all over the place. There's a coordinated effort, right, with Klan and law enforcement. You think the Klan went away and so right? No, they went underground. They're still in law enforcement. They're still in detective units. They were still part of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And they were the ones who killed those kids in Atlanta. And they was able to get away with it. Just like they could get away with it now. In Mississippi, there was one jail in Mississippi that they said 45 mysterious hangings in the jail cell. What happened? The guy was waiting for trial. He was up on some petty burglary, larceny charge, right? And he was found hung dead in his jail cell. Suddenly, the cameras are off, and there's nothing in there to the thing. You gonna tell me? Did Wayne Williams get out and go all the way to Mississippi and lynch that people in jail? No, you're talking about the Klan. That's what you're talking about. You were talking about the Klan activity still there. And the Klan is not as bad as the fact that you got Black people out here who will ignore it. They don't care that all these Black bodies keep finding being hung and whatnot. Well, Colin, why are you upset? No, I'm saying this because one thing I hate living a lie. When someone comes up here and tells me, Colin, I mean, you ought to be grateful to live in America. Get the fuck out of here. This is what I'm talking about. See, I'm a man of principles. I believe in something, right? If I see Black bodies being hung and whatnot, and no investigation and stuff like that. And I know for a fact, just knowing, just being hardwired to living in this country, knowing these people and everything like that, I know that what these people are capable of. So I am never going to let America off the hook by saying, oh, my country, 'tis of thee, and all that nonsense. That's what Mr. McNeely wants. He wants me to get out there and sing Yankee Doodle Dandy and be happy to be. No, I'm sorry. I am sorry. That's never going to come out of it. I don't give a goddamn if I stay here and die. You're never going to get me to say, I lived in the land of the free, home of the brave. I'm never going to say that. You know? And I could probably make a lot of friends, and I could basically, bridge the gap, whatever like that, and I could make a lot of people happy. But you'll never hear that come out of my mouth. I'm never going to say that America is the country they says it was, that this is a land of a free and the lands of exceptionalism and all stuff like that, American exceptionalism and all this, the country of freedom, liberty, and it's all a lie. You know? I don't care if I'm anti-American. Say what you want. You think I give a damn? I'm just telling the truth. If the truth makes me anti-American, I'm sorry. So be it. Why don't America change? Why don't America reflect and do right? Why can't they do that? But I'm supposed to sit back, watch all the stuff I see going on. Black people still getting lynched in this country, right? Police kill black people with impunity and whatnot. Crime out of control of the black community and whatnot. You know, and then they're figuring like this, you know? So the bottom line is this. I look at all this hell. America is literally hell on earth. You got white people running around now celebrating a racist country music singer, David Allen Poe, whatever the fuck his name is, right? Devil. And they're singing, they're just celebrating and stuff like that, a divisive figure. And I was supposed to be happy about that. I was really happy that I live in a country which they don't respect my ancestors. They don't respect me, whatever like that, man. So I don't give a damn about this. Them days are over. Those days are over, you know? And so it is what it is, you know? It ain't no about no victim Olympics. I'm not a victim, you know? I am not a victim. I'm just telling you like it is, you know? I'm not a victim. I'm far from a victim. Trust me, you know? You know how to be a victim? You're a victim when you actually believe in this bullshit they talk about. I don't. I can get along in America, and I'm successful in America because I don't believe in it, you know? So when shit happens and whatnot, I'm not shocked at all. Nothing shocks me in this country anymore. You know, I don't believe in it, you know? So anything we do or create in this country, I'm like, well, whatever, you know? You know, so it is what it is, you know? Racism always on racism. Okay, I'm not hollering racism. I'm just talking about how it is, you know? I see I got some white people in the chat room tonight, you know. Maybe I might break my code and let some white people call in if they behave themselves and act civilized and whatnot. I'll probably take a white people person's call, whatever, like that. They really want to rumble with Thanos tonight. They could do that, you know. The bottom line is this, and they simplified everything. Racism. Look, there's serious problems between black people and white people in this country. There's serious hatred there. I didn't start it. I didn't start the hatred. I'm telling you right now, black America is seething with anger and hatred. You know, all I'm doing is expressing what I hear out there. You know, I ain't telling nobody to hate. You know, I'm just saying it's out there. You know, what can I do about it? You know, what am I gonna do? Oh no, you know, let's all reach out and hug a cracker. You know, no, it don't work like that. If people want to hate, man, let them hate. I think you look. The bottom line is this: I think hatred is a good thing sometimes. I think hatred is a good thing sometimes. It's good to hate. You know, if somebody's clearly your enemy and stuff like that, you got to be clear about that. You will have every right to hate that person and want to destroy him. You have every right to do it. That's what makes you human. But when you hold that anger in you, what's happening with a lot of black people is they have this anger and hatred in them. And we end up turning that hatred on ourselves. Why do you think black people, a black man will blow another black man's brain out for looking at it, for stepping on his shoes? But you got this clown Chud the Builder running around insulting black people, talking about the N-word and threatening black people with guns. And you got black people, oh no, we got to be understanding of Chud. You got some clown talk about, I'm going to Nashville and I'm going out to dinner with Chud. crying, talking about stuff. What the fuck are you talking about going to fucking Nashville and going out to dinner with this devil? You know? So in other words, basically, if the same black man, if that was somebody black doing something, he said, I'm on my way to Memphis to blow that motherfucker's brains out. They do it. Look how many people got killed over the last few years, rappers and everything like that, over stupid beefs. But when it comes to a white man, oh no, we got to be understanding. Let's all be Americans and all this kind of bullshit. No, I'm sorry. You know, it was good for the goose, good for the gander, right? If white people, black people can get taken out, so why can't white people? So that's what I say. You know, let's be equal opportunity, right? When you YNs and you got your bliggity out and you got your gat pointed at me, point it at the white devils, point at them. Take some of them out, you know, make us all happy, you know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. And I'm just saying like this. Since white people let this get like this, where we're in a constant state of violence. Black American communities are a fucking war zone. But it's okay as long as black people killing each other, right? Why don't we let them be part of this culture? Let's let them be the part of America we know. Death, destruction, and violence. Let's see how much they like it. You know, we're all Americans. Okay, well, y'all got to do y'all share the suffering. We've been suffering all this time. I mean, we've been dying all this time. Maybe y'all need to die some too. You know, that's where we're at right now in this country. You know, everybody got to give something up. We can't be the ones dying all the time. You know, so it is what it is. You know, but this story about the Atlanta child murders really bothers me. Right? It says everything I'm saying. The price of black success, and to be honest with you, right? When you're black in America and you're successful, right? You don't want to lose that, you know, because this is how it is. And I'll tell you like this in a minute. You think the situation is dire and hopeless. And it gets to the point where you just say, throw your hands up. You can't help these people in the hood and stuff like that, right? So you tell yourself you're doing something, but the truth is you want to be away from these people as much as possible. And then what you want to do is pin the blame on Republicans and white people, you know, all the time. You want to pin the blame on white people and Republicans so you don't have to take any responsibility. And that's what happens, right? Now in Atlanta, what happened was the black elite were like, man, we're making progress. Every time I hear a nigga says progress, right? We're making progress and whatnot. You know who wanted this whole thing to go away? The Atlanta child murders didn't go away. It was the black so-called elite, the boule. The black elite wanted to go away, right? So the white people understood, right? This was happening in Atlanta. They said, if you keep pressing this thing, right? The Klan in north of Atlanta was in places like Fort Collins, and they were gathering in large numbers, thousands. What you had in Atlanta was almost like let's go back to history. After the Civil War, the Confederacy didn't really surrender. They just stood down. They stood down. And those, like they always say, these white supremacists always say, a long forgotten wind is starting to blow. They believed throughout the 80s, 70s, and 80s, right? A race war was imminent. They're going to finish what they started in the Reconstruction era. Everybody knew it. There's no way to stop it. Whites throughout the places like Tennessee, throughout the Alabama, and all these other people, you know, these people were arming themselves in large numbers. There were Klansmen, neo-Nazis, all these other people that were in law enforcement. They were public officials. This was real. And Atlanta became the number one epicenter because it was the most powerful city in the Deep South. And somehow black people have managed to wrestle Atlanta politically, right? The capital, think about it, the capital of the South, Atlanta had basically fell into black people's hands. And I will say it to Hustle Smart today, when they said, okay, well, they're going to eventually hand it back to us, whatever. And then when Maynard Jackson, the brilliant man he did, was actually successful, The only recourse was war. They wanted to start a race war. You start a race war, but first by killing black children. There was 28 children killed, and I saw a couple of those, right? And because first I was like, "Oh, Wayne Williams did this, right?" Then when I saw one of the actual photo one thing, it was a friggin' black girl that was raped, brutally raped, hung. So how did Wayne Williams have the strength to keep in that short period of time hang 28 people? They know he didn't do it. Yeah, he was a weirdo and stuff like nonsense and stuff like that. But they know he wasn't capable of doing those murders. But the thing is, the black establishment, the black elite in Atlanta, right, along with the white elite, say, we want to put this past us and move on. So Wayne Williams became their scapegoat. So they can get back to doing what they want to do and, oh, it's all over and not. It's just coincidence the killing stopped. Of course, they did that because that would trigger something. But it didn't stop. There were more kids that were killed, not in Atlanta, but other parts of the South. They just moved to other areas. So throughout the South, there was these mysterious hangings all throughout the 80s and the 90s. You know, black bodies found killed and lynched and stuff like that throughout the 80s and 90s. Not just in the South, but even in the Northeast. You got places like South Jersey. There were black bodies being found hung and stuff like that. So the bottom line is these people did not stop. And to this day, I believe these people are still out there, you know? In Detroit too? Yeah, okay, yeah. I heard about that. Detroit too. So anybody tells you some stupid nonsense about Wayne Williams did all this there, you're a friggin' fool. These killed the Klan and the Aryan Brotherhood. These people are out there. And this is something black men got to face. This is the reality we have to face. This country might end up in a race war. What are we going to do when that happens? And I'm sick and tired of black people making it seem like another black person is the fucking problem, you know? I don't know. I'm armed. You know, I'm fucking armed. I advise any black person, go get your rifle, go do it like this. You know, no, you can't. My brother has AR-15. My brother has 2 AR-15s. I don't have one. I got plenty of pistols, though, you know? But the bottom line, make sure you ain't no damn sitting duck. DK, come on, you're starting to sound like a coward, man. You know? Yeah, this is the reality. You know, I don't own an AR-15. I don't want that. I'm not into that. You know, I got 2 Glocks. You know, I don't need all that shit like that firepower. I got friends. I got plenty of black people I know, friends of mine. They got AR-15s. They got 50 caliber rifles. Some of everything. You know, who cares that we aren't already? You know what I'm saying? This is like we aren't ready. So we're supposed to do sit back and be like, oh, we're gonna do that. No, we go to the gun range and everything. You know, it's about basically it's a deterrent. The whole thing about white people is they think that we're not going to the shooting range. They're not thinking like this, you know. So, DK, if you're scared, say you're scared, man. If you're scared, DK is scared. Say scared. Okay, DK, we'll let you off the hook. You can go and put your panties on and whatnot. You know. You'll say, who cares about that? These motherfuckers ain't trained. You know. I've been shooting guns since I was 14 years old. I was shooting. I'm like a marksman. You know what my skills are as far as at the shooting range. You know, it don't take much to pull a goddamn trigger, bro. You know, like, oh, you gotta be trained. Yeah, man, get out of here with that stupid shit. Can't be scared, man. You know, can't. Nope, you can't get up on the panel all night. You know what I'm saying? Talking about you. No, you don't worry about me. I'm not scared. You know, I'm not scared of nothing. I'm just telling black people just be prepared because it might even know we have all that. It might not even work because the bottom line is this, you know, I don't know if what's the fucking who cares about an AR-15? Who cares? You know, what's the boy AR-15 if you can't fucking shoot? I know people who got AR-15 still got killed. You got these little Glocks now with the extended 30 clip in them. You know, I seen those. You know, so like this. You know, so DK, if you're scared, say you're scared, man. You say you're scared, man. This is a war, man. When you came to this country, man, you understand? We're in a fucking race war, bro. You got freaking. It doesn't matter who's a thing. It's all who gets that first hit in. You got freaking Glocks now with 30, with clips of 30 clips in them that they extend it to make it automatic. You know, what they call blickities and whatnot. You know, you got these YNs out here got firepower, bro. You know, so the bottom line is this, and also, DK, one thing is for sure, black people have went through a lot of trauma, right? We've seen death. I lost 3 cousins to the fucking guns, you know? Average white person have never known anybody that got killed in their life, you know? If they basically, what you call, you know, ain't gonna bust a grape. You know, maybe I won't have to, you know, but I'm not gonna be scary like you are. You're scary. DK's a scary. I thought DK was strong. DK's scary. You know, DK's a scary dude, you know. I so scared, Colin. Don't talk like that. I so scared. You know, I so scared, man. I don't know, man. I'm so scared. I'm scared of the white man. You know, he might take my green card away from me. You know, I'm so scared. You know, yeah, you are scared, man. You sound like you're scared. You know, you're scared of me talking like this. You know, you're terrified. You know, if you're scared, man, say I'll change the subject, man, just to please you, man. You know, you know, you know. So, no, I'm just saying. You sound scared. You sound worried. You should be like, yeah, man. You know, anything can pop off, collar. I'm ready. You say, oh, y'all not ready. Well, get ready. You know, you never know what can happen. I see this one girl today on TikTok, right? Her name is Detroit, such as like, you know. Yeah, I mean, with immigrants, I doubt it. Immigrants will fucking flee, they'll run, they'll hide. I'm not, me no black. No, me no black. I'm Nigerian. No, I'm a Ghanaian. You know, I don't want nothing. I don't want no smoke. Whatnot, you know. You know. The immigrants will run for the cover and whatnot, man. I don't see no immigrant getting involved in no race war in this country. You know, I don't see that shit, you know. This girl going around talking about we are so ready. I'm gonna play this video. She's talking about we are so ready. And I said, look, ready for what? What the fuck you gonna do? You know? Talking about you, there's gonna be a race war pop up. Every white person, there's millions of them are praying for a race war. I thought Trump was gonna start a race war. That didn't happen. Now these guys are they're egging for a race war so bad, and they don't even have any idea what that looks like. I think they think that they'll be walking around with guns, picking black people off. We'll be running, crying, and whatnot, and they'll round us up, whatnot. They don't understand. We got guns too. And as soon as basically one of them get killed, and they see one of their blonde, blue-eyed people bleeding to death or whatnot, that will freaking that will stop that nonsense. Because there's an old thing, right, where there's some white people who really think they're bulletproof, you know? You know, so it is what it is. I didn't run to Liberia, bro. I'm still here in America. I ain't running nowhere. This is where my people are, and this is where I'll die, you know? I ain't running for my people or whatnot. If there's gonna be a war in this country, I'll be there. I'll be there leading the fucking charge. I ain't going nowhere. I ain't fleeing nowhere. You know. So it is what it is. You know. So it is what it is. You know. I ain't going to Liberia. You know. Like I said, I don't run. You know. I don't run. You know. Suppose that I don't run on high. That's what I said. They got to pick a side though. Yeah. The bottom line, most of them are in delusion. They have no idea what's building in this country right now. They have no idea what's building in this country. But when it does happen, they want to stand behind Black America. You know? Oh, I didn't know it was all this. Well, they ain't gonna be doing nothing. They'll be sitting there with their bug-eyed tomorrow. I don't know what happened. Yeah, like I said, man, you can't trust immigrants, you know, because they're useless. They're fucking weak and they're useless, you know. Yeah, well, Colin, why you always call immigrants, African immigrants, stupid? Because they are stupid, you know. They are fucking stupid. They come over here. Oh, this guy on TikTok talking about, oh man, America needs us because we're the most educated people on the planet. They really believe that. Poor ass Nigerians, the poorest country in the fucking world, believes that the world needs them or something, you know? And every country where Nigerians are at, they're fucking poverty. They bring their poverty, their crime, everything. These people are crazy and delusional. You know, I'm at the point now where I just think the whole Pan-African thing was a fucking mistake, you know? We're dealing with people that are, I should have seen signs years ago that some of these people are fucking crazy. Some of these Africans are fucking crazy. You know, they live in a delusional world. You got the least developed part of the goddamn planet. The least, your languages have the least amount of words. Your languages have no science, no math, no none of that stuff like that, right? But yet you want to convince me that you built civilization thousands of years ago and taught everybody civilization. They're fucking insane. So I'm just like this. I used to believe it, you know. Then I woke the fuck up, you know. I woke the fuck up. You know, I thought that we're going into some with some advanced people and they got the science and whatnot. In Africa right now, I'm like, man, I don't see no black person in America going to that shit. You know, we're too good for that shit, you know. Go there and fucking be ruled by backward ass people, you know. You know, backward ass fucking people, you know. So it is what it is. But back to the Atlanta child murders, right? The reason why we're still talking about this today is because more and more people, I think, the people in Atlanta, right? You lost 28 kids. Nobody that you talk to in Atlanta, right? Real people believes in a narrative. And what shows me is this, and I can't think of a example right now off the top of my head, right? Oh yeah, a perfect example of what I'm talking about. The whole remember Michael Brown situation, and even Trayvon Martin situation. I'm realizing now how the media, law enforcement, and people could collude together to create a narrative and evade justice. This guy Darren Wilson and what's it called, Ferguson, killed Michael Brown. The media came out there and showed a big guy punching a circle, taking a with the little cigarette things, right, whatever. And then after the fact, we found out that wasn't Michael Brown, and that didn't even happen that day. But the media put that out there as a narrative that he was some bully going around, and he just happened to run into the wrong cop. Darren Wilson gunned this kid down in cold blood. But there's black people out there that will go out there and go along with it because they want quiet. Just like Trayvon Martin. You got black people out there. Well, Trayvon Martin should have complied with George Zimmerman. George Zimmerman was not a fucking cop. He ran at Trayvon Martin and put a bullet in his chest. You got black people out there. I'll buy that. You know, that's what you have. So you see a familiar pattern here where black people will always basically side with what the white power structure says for expediency. And that's exactly what happened in Atlanta. A lot of black people I talk to down there. I have my brother African Warlord Lex. He's from Atlanta, right? Well, he's in Union, South Carolina now. But he grew up in Atlanta. He knew Nathaniel Cater, right? He was friends with him as a child. He says the talk among a lot of black people there was nobody fucking believed that goddamn Wayne Williams was responsible for those murders. Nobody believed that. But that's what they pushed on the masses of people, you know? So it is what it is, you know? And DK, it's not even about being armed and trained. It's just being aware. It's just being aware. That's the main thing. You can have all the armed training you want. If they have law enforcement on their side and punishment, it's like you could do all your armed training don't mean nothing. You know? That's what I'm saying. You can talk all that rah-rah all you want. But the bottom line is this, it's just being prepared. That's all you have to do is be prepared. And basically let them know that if, God forbid, you ever start some stuff, we may lose. We probably would. But the bottom line is a lot of y'all are coming down with us. That's a deterrent, right? That's what's called a deterrent. They're like, damn, you know how many times white people have thought about just going up in black communities, ransacking and whatnot. Because the Atlanta child murders, these people actually just wanted to go up to random black people, just start firing. They used to 100 years before that, right? In the 1880s, right? White people in the 1920s, a whole white mob, DK, you don't know history, right? Went into Atlanta, right? And brutalized, white mob came in and brutalized black people, right? And if they resisted, they killed them. And they walked away free. That's the mentality of it. But over the time period, they realized they can't do that anymore, right? And even right now, they're frustrated because say what you want about these YNs and everything like that. White people are afraid of these YNs, you know? They're afraid of these YNs. They know that there's black people out here that will take them out. They know it. So let's not be all, oh, the YNs, this, YNs, that. Yeah, the YNs are bad and all stuff like that. But the bottom line is this. There's one good purpose they have and whatnot. As you know, you ain't going to have no rednecks in there rolling up in no black communities talking shit, popping off guns. That's not going to happen. You know? That's not going to happen. So it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. So it is what it is. But they used to come to the massacre in I think it was I don't forget what it was. Booker T. Washington spoke at the Atlanta Compromise. He said, oh, we're going to do this. White mobs came in there and just decimated the black community, tore up the businesses, killed people and stuff like that, you know, and got away with it, you know. There was like hundreds of black people brutalized and killed in Atlanta. So years later, you know, why do people act shocked when they couldn't do exactly what that, but the next best thing was kidnapping and killing black children? You used to say, oh, white people look at me, I'm using my tools in the gun range. They know what's up. Bottom line is this. White people get concerned when black people can arm themselves and legally purchase firearms. Why do you think they have a nationwide ban on AR-15s? Because there's too many black people buying them. That's why they banned AR-15s. You can't get one now. They stopped selling nationwide. You can't ban. They're banned. You know, so it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. The gun restriction laws are really directed at black people. You know, simple as that. It is what it is. But back to the Atlanta child murders, you know. There's no way anybody gonna preach to me about this case. I've been studying this case for years, you know, studied this case for years. And what bothers me is that I have my creeping suspicions about this. And then what year was this? Then in 1995, Spin Magazine, right? Just by accident, had brokered the story. And the movie was made with John Belushi and Gregory Hines, right? They were two Spin Magazine reporters. They got their hands on documents that implemented the Klan and a cover-up by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation of the Klan involvement in these murders. And they went along, and the thing is, they said the black leadership in Atlanta knew about it. But the black leadership was told, if you pursue this, there's going to be a race war. They said these guys are in formation, and they got the numbers that we can't stop them. They're going to come to Atlanta, and you're going to have a Atlanta massacre. Now, we say, well, how that? Not even 100 years before that, that was reality. What makes you think things have changed in less than 100 years? They said, the black people said, you know something? We remember that Atlanta massacre, right? These rednecks coming from all over and whatnot. They remember the people's in the people's minds. They're still remembering Wilmington and stuff like that. And the bottom line is this: I don't know why people getting brand new on me, right? These people are still capable of doing this. Even 2026, they're still capable of doing this if they were motivated enough. If you give them a reason to come to an area armed, that's cringy, you know? So it is what it is. It's not even about the Democrat Party. None of these parties. All these parties are useless when it comes to black people. The problem is that black people have forgotten that. Black people always think we're gonna vote our way out of this mess. And that hasn't been the case. All you need is one more of these cases with the Democrats. It happens under the Democratic watch, and the Democrats are finished forever. Because people like this. So I don't know. I don't know about who banned. All I know is I was told that the AR-15. We'll see. Let me look it up. It's a AR-15 banned. Let's see. ChatGPT, do your thing. Is the AR-15s, were they banned in the United States? Come on, ChatGPT. Okay. It says right here, the AR-15 style rifles were covered by the United States by the 1994 federal assault weapons ban. But the ban expired in 2004 and was not renewed. So, between 1994 and 2004, certain AR-15 configurations were fairly restricted. That means you can't make the weapon into an automatic weapon, for assault weapon ban. Since 2004, there has been no nationwide federal ban or AR-15s. Okay, you learn something. Some individual states still ban or restrict. Now, Virginia, they're banned. We banned them in Virginia. Some individual states still ban or restrict AR-15 under civil rules and their own laws. In short, yes, certain AR-15s were federally banned for a period, but that federal ban ended in 2024. If you want, blah, 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 blah. But it says, because in Virginia, they banned AR-15s. So, in other words, basically, it depends on the state you go to, Yeah, I remember that. The guy said he wanted to unalive 30,000 black people, That was just sort of brushed under the rug or whatnot, Remember the boss, that kid in Buffalo? 19-year-old kid went to Buffalo with a freaking automatic weapon and went to a dollar store, and gunned down 8 black people, And he was basically, it's like on Twitch or whatever the hell he was on, Kick. And he did it live, gunning down black people, innocent black people who are doing nothing but minding their business. Look, I'm like this, man. If you're black, you have a right to hate other black people. I get that, right? But I do believe everybody has a right to live in peace. Live in peace. You should not sit there and say, worry about getting killed like that and say, well, we accept that because we're black. So no, it's something so horrible about being black that we're gonna accept fucking people killing our own people, man. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, And that's why I tell black people, start thinking like that, So yeah, July 1st, the ban is in Virginia. I know that. But the ban is, people are buying them like crazy now because about the ban, So bottom line is this: when you get guns and whatnot, depends on who you gonna live. Look, bottom line is this: not every black person is your damn enemy, right? I want to see more black people have some more energy, and like if white people had the idea that we would basically turn these weapons on them, a lot of the temperature in this country would go down. They really have this idea that they're gonna pop some racism off, and while they're killing us, we'll be shooting at other black people. They really think that. They really believe that shit. They really believe that. They really believe that black people are just gonna be like, oh, white man killing us, white people killing us, whatnot. But I can't do nothing, man. Let me talk about other black people coming. Look, the bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. White people killing black people is more dangerous because, one, they have the numbers. Two, what I'm learning too is this. When black people kill, they tend to get arrested. They go by they get arrested. They go through the court system and everything like that. But white people, I'm seeing too many good old boy redneck guys, right, doing shit, get caught with guns and whatnot, doing shit, and they basically like they're buddy with these law. I do not trust white law enforcement. I don't. You got white boys or rednecks, whatnot, and they basically are in cahoots with many elements of law enforcement. You know, they hang out in the same pubs. They hang out. They have backyard barbecues together. You know, they do all stuff like that together. You know, yeah. The white militias are training right now in the tens of thousands. They're training. You know, they want a race war. You know. They want a race war. They want to basically be able to topple governments and whatnot. They want to be able to intimidate voters. They want power back in this country, you know? That's what it is. They want power through force. They can't get it through the vote, really. They want power through force, you know? DK, I'm not scared. I am not scared whatsoever, right? I'm more scared from other people than myself. I'll be all right. But I'm not scared of nothing, you know? But they talk about us all day, DK. Are they scared? They talk about killing us every goddamn day. Day and night. They talk about we got to kill the Ooga Boogas. We got to do all shit like that. Are they scared, DK? No. It's just pure hatred. What you could say is, I'm full of hatred, you know? It ain't fear. It's hatred. You understand, DK? I am full. College Genesis is full of hatred, and I'm violent. I'm violently full of hatred, you know, and I love violence, you know. I'm a violent person, you know, so I don't know what you talk about scared and whatnot. I like confrontation. I'll be honest with you. I am a violent person, you know. I know what I'm capable of. So it is what it is. Some people are like, oh, I'm not a peaceful person. I'm not. I've been living this world long enough to know that, you know, people will fucking, if you don't fucking strike first or let people know you'll take them out, they'll fucking try you. I know that, you know, so that's why I live my life walking around. Leave me the fuck alone. I'll leave you alone. Classic Man says, yeah, exactly. Just a few months ago, they wanted to invade a little. Yeah, they like this, you know. They want these motherfuckers got together, a bunch of ragtag two white boys, tried to take over island fucking Haiti. People forget about this shit. Wanted to take over the island of Haiti, make it a base so they can fucking raise some waste war. These motherfuckers are crazy. You know, it ain't a matter of time before something bad really happens in this country with these motherfuckers. Because people walk around acting like they're fucking scared. And I'm sick and tired of scary ass niggas coming in here telling me, oh, beware, caller. Whatnot. No, I want people listening to my show, the sound of my voice, like there's millions of black men like me. You know? No, I'm just warning people like that. There's millions of black men. If they usually need to know there's people out here like me. They have this idea that everybody's like you, DK. That's what's dangerous. You know? When people act soft like you, it puts ideas in people's head. No, all black people are not asleep. People like DK are asleep. Not everybody's asleep. Trust me. Yeah, I know a lot of black nationalist brothers and whatnot, you know. You heard about that life. You hear about that life. What life is there? Survival? DK? Want to live? You know, I'm not about that life. You really think in a million years I'm just going to roll over and fucking die? Are you crazy? What life is there? Only life I know is how to live. They want to execute all the black men island and wait for the women. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These guys are insane. The fact that they can come from America and even think something like that. I would have to apologize to the Haitians, man. Apologize to the Haitians, right? How do we let people fucking be around us that think like that? That, you know what it is? I just think we black men in America give off such vibes that we're fucking weak, that they actually think all black men are like that. You had a situation 2 years ago in the Congo. You had some white boys thought they were going to take over the damn Congo. Trump got them off for now. They were facing the death penalty in the Congo. Congo does not fucking play. DR Congo, they wanted to take over the fucking Congo and whatnot, and they wanted to control the mineral resources. A bunch of fucking young college dudes went over there with guns. The reason why they think like that is because we got people like DK gives them the fucking idea that we're fucking weak. We're cowardly. Scary ass niggas like Nakmeezy and DK. They give the impression that we're fucking weak. And so when they go to a place like Africa, they're like, oh shit, these motherfuckers will shoot me. These motherfuckers will kill me, But you sound scary though, The bottom line is this: when you sound weak and scary, man, you never show fucking weakness, bro. You never show weakness as a man. Yeah, look, I've broken white dude's face. I feel bad about it. I used to do club security. I worked in white clubs and black clubs. I laid down many people, black and white. That's what I used to do. I've been shot at. I've been stabbed. I've been some of everything. I had bats broken over my head. Some of everything. I've been through wars. But have I been with a white dude? What kind of question is that? What kind of fucking question is that? You work at a club, man. You step to me, you get your fucking face broken. Simple as that. Black, white, I don't discriminate. What kind of stupid question is that? Have you got into a fist fight with a white person? I've been fighting white boys since I was in fucking junior high school. God damn, man. I'm starting to see now, man. I got a bunch of sissies fucking listening to me, man. God damn. All these fucking sissies coming from. God damn, man. Have you ever got to a fist fight with a white man? What the fuck is that? What's the difference between a white man and a black man? You step in my face, I'm gonna put your jaw on the ground. The bottom line is, what the hell kind of question is that? You black in America, at some point in time, you're gonna fucking run up against white people, Kyle, you think of it? I don't know, Nack. You sound weak, man. You talk like you weak. I don't know if you are or not, but that's the impression you give me. Kyle, you think all whites are born evil? I don't know. I don't care what white people do. As long as they stay the fuck out of my way and whatnot, I'm good. I am good. Talk about, I don't know who you getting, whatever. What I cannot stand is I cannot stand a scary ass black man. I really fucking hate that shit. Really do. The black man, we act tough with each other and whatnot. When I start talking about the white man, everybody, are you sure you trained, Collar? Scary ass niggas, man. Scary ass niggas. I'm not scared of nobody. Collar, you already started with that. You started with that. How am I start? I'm not start with nobody, man. John, I'm not start with nobody. I ain't say nothing. You're barking up the wrong. Next hands is registered what? Registered for fucking what? Knox hands are registered, man. Come on. You're talking to me, John. You're talking to me. Somebody who's really dangerous, violent, dangerous. I'm really violent and dangerous. I'll be the first to tell you, yeah, I'm a violent person. I'll fight you and hit you for no reason, and not for sport. because hatred and violence makes the world go around. You know, when you're full of hatred like me and you want to be violent and whatnot, people tend to stay out of your way. You tend to get what you want out of life. When people look, Ja, the best connection you could ever make is when you connect your fist with somebody's fucking jaw. That usually gets the point across, you know? Somebody talking out of turn and you knock their jaw out of place and whatnot, you don't have to worry about them again. They're going to come at you, let me reconsider what I was saying the first time. That's how life is, you know? Going forward when that, you know, I'm saying right now, I'm looking at this country right now. This country might be in a fucking race war, you know? I don't see anybody backing off. I don't see anything. All I keep hearing these black men talk about, we gotta love somebody. You know, these lovey ass black men, you know. The same black men will kill you in a minute, right? But every time we talk about the white man, they're, oh man, we gotta love, we gotta get past us, we gotta be the bigger man. We can't let words bother us. Man, get the fuck out of my face. You know, you got motherfuckers out there that will fucking kill you for stepping on their goddamn shoes. Comes to the white man or white people, these motherfuckers run scared. And then I talk about this shit, they get all upset. Oh, Colin, you ain't trained, you ain't ready. You never hear them say that when we start talking about black people. But yet, white people, what do you think? White people are bulletproof or something? What do you think? Their jaw can't be broken? You know, their neck can't be snapped? Please. Yeah, I know these Negroes are scary, you know? That's what I said. I feel like I'm alone on this platform sometimes, you know? No, I got more smoke for white people, bro. You know, you never hear me talk about doing anything to black people, right? Like I said, I'm at peace with my own people, whatever like that, you know? I was saying the other day, you know, why the fuck is everybody talking about every person's talking, even this Waka Flocka clown, talking about, oh, Chud the Builder and blah, 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 and all stuff like that. You know, he's blah, blah, blah. You can't let where you got Jason Shitlock running around talking about Chud the Builder's calling you a nigga in public is his freedom of speech. That's the new thing now. And you know who else I'm really upset with? You know, Quentin Rampage Jackson. That nigga's a bitch. I meet him. I'm going to tell him to his face. He going to try something and I'm going to bust him right in the shit. That nigga's a coward, man. The problem with Quentin Rampage Jackson, and you look, somebody could take what I'm saying and send it to him and tell him who I am and tell him I said it. This guy basically hangs out with white people, chases white girls, and the payoff is once in a while he might be called nigga. He said, well, I can deal with the word nigga, blah, 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 blah. Don't bother me when I said, yo, when somebody calls you a nigga, man, they're basically going directly at everything your people, your ancestors, everything went through. They're disrespecting your bloodline, your image, everything. And for you to stand there because you want to be cool with some fucking white people or not and let them call you that, it's unacceptable. So they're basically like this, you know? Oh, yeah, sure he will. Sure he will. Yeah, sure he will. In that MMA cage, you know, in that MMA cage, you know, I couldn't get in that octagon fight in that little tiny cage right there. But let him see me on the streets, see what he does then. You know? No, it's the bottom line is this, DK. I never hear black people talk about being trained and preparate when they talk about dealing with YNs and all these other people out there in the streets, you know. I never hear them talk about that. It's only trained and preparate, you know, when it comes out to the white man, like it's some formal battle and shit like that, you know. No, I tried I tried cage fighting. It's just not for me, you know. It's too high off the ground. My center of gravity is too high and everything like that. I didn't do really. I did all right, man, but I don't. When I'm on the ground, right, on the concrete, on the ground, that's when I'm my best. My ground, my stance is solid on the ground and whatnot, I'm almost invincible. Like you can't take me down. But on that cage thing where you're up in the air a little bit and you're not gravity's not really pulling you, man. These wrestlers will take you down in a minute. So whatever. No, DK. I'm just old. I'm just old. I ain't lazy out of shape. I'm just old. That was 20 years ago. My last match really was how that was 20 years ago. My last match. 2006. That was my last match 20 years ago. That was 20 years ago. My last match. How tall am I? I'm 5'10". I train myself and I do stuff in my backyard, stuff like that. I go to the park and I always train my hands hitting a tree and I hit bricks to keep my knuckles and my arms tough and strong. I still do that. I hit a lot of bricks and I hit fucking trees and tree stumps and whatnot, tree bark. I chip up tree barks with my knuckles. I keep that going on. But as far as like me getting in a cage fighting somebody at my age, I can't do that. I'm not gonna do that. I could defend myself, but I'm not getting into no ring with young guys. Let them do that shit. Let the young guys do that shit. Did you fight? No, we used to have underground matches. Really dangerous underground matches in Norfolk. Groups of guys that used to meet up and whatnot. Saturdays. We did all Saturday. Get this, early Saturday morning till the sun drops in the park, Northside Park. And we have matches, different styles of fighting and stuff like that, coming against each other and whatnot. We used to do that all the time for years, So, which well is. No, tonight's show is about the Atlanta child murders, right? And the reason why I brought this topic up is, now, look, I'm going to Google this. I'm going to say something. I'm just on a hunch, right? But I'm going to go with ChatGPT, and see what, how many suspicious hangings have occurred in America over the past 30 years. Let's see what ChatGPT says, Wow. I was right. I was goddamn right. I was goddamn right. They said there's more than 70 suspected modern day lynchings in 7 southern states between 2000 and 2025. 70. And you're going to tell me that you believe Wayne Williams was responsible for Atlanta? Come on, folks. Come on. 70 suspected. I've been following this for years about these mysterious black men being found hung and children being found hung. They go out for a carton of milk or whatnot, and they come back. So remember Michael McDonald that was killed in Mobile, Alabama by the Klan? This is what really set me off, right? When I see Michael McDonald's body, the way they lynched him, and they had one chain around his neck, other one holding his arms and everything like that, I seen a picture of one person in the Atlanta with the same thing, a chain around the neck and a chain around the thing. I said to myself, that was Klan. That was Klan. Now you ask yourself this question. If we know that's Klan, why they like? Because you got to understand something, how weak the black American is. The black American is a liar. He's a weak, right? He'll live in a country and be delusional about his situation. If you don't care about yourself, that's one thing. But for God's sake, the children are innocent. The children are innocent. So you as a man will sit back and let this happen right now. And you say, the white man hands you something. Oh, Wayne Williams did this one night. And you buy it because you don't want to pursue it because you're afraid of a fucking race war. You know? No. Look. The bottom line is this. I'm like this. Look. Let me say, Mr. Tough Guys in the chat room right here. I am past I got bronchitis right now. That's all. I am past the age of sitting there fist fighting somebody. You got me 20 years ago. I'm not that. I'm beyond that. I'm an older man, sophisticated man but I do say this, right? If somebody ever walks up in my face and says they want to get it on, I'll say, let's get it on. But I'm not going to be like, yo, I need to win some match with some. Get the fuck out of here. It's just corny. But if somebody ever steps to me, that's a different story. I will defend myself. I don't back down, But if somebody basically says, let's go to the cage and get the fuck out of here. I ain't getting there at my fucking age and whatnot. What the fuck I look like, I will lose before I even get in there. That's just being honest with myself. Make a fool out of myself getting into a fucking sponsored match with somebody. That's the dumbest thing I've heard in my fucking life. Yeah, my freaking fighting days or doing club security and shit like that's why I don't do this. I do this. I used to do bars and club security at night. That's what I did my time. To wee hours in the morning. Now I sit on YouTube and do this. Because I gave that up. I gave that life up. Do I legally carry? Look, I have a gun, right? But I gotta go and get it renewed, right? Because I gotta here in Virginia, you gotta get 16 hours a course. I just haven't had the time to go there to the gun range and do my course. It's like a 16-hour course. The part that's hard is sitting there for the instructor. Then you got another part. I used to have it concealed. And then the other part is, the fun part is the part where you're at the range. That's the fun part. The first part is just sitting in that damn class all day. You get through that. Going to the range is easy, going to the range. That's the second part. Then you got your license or whatnot. I might do it, I might do it for this summer, It depends. But one thing I try to do, Ja, as I try to keep myself out of situations where I have to need that. Like, we give an example of what I'm talking about. When I had my concealed before, and to be honest with you, I was doing club security. I used to hang around questionable people. And I was always in questionable situations, I mean, the crowd I was hanging around with, that was a different crowd than I am right now, I was in the streets, a little bit, but now it's like I'm not in the streets anymore. I don't do anything besides my work, and I come at night and I do this. So I don't see where I need to carry a weapon all the time. Before I did, because I was around some dangerous people all the time, stuff like that. So now it's what it is, No, you can get your the card is easier to get. It's easy to get. It's just the fact of the matter is you got to take that class. Some people, they're like this. I think it's like $100. It's easy. But the bottom line, the hardest part is now what I could do is break it up, right? I could break it up. I could take the class one day, right? And I could take the shooting thing another day. I'm gonna get it done, shooting thing another day. Before I took it, it was all freaking day, and I hated it. I got there early in the damn morning. I didn't leave till fucking it was night. I hated that shit. It was like all day. I'm cramped up in this course, you know. So it is what it is. So the last time I've been to the range was last time I went to the range about 10 years ago. I went to the range with this chick. I went on a date, took this girl at the range on a date, and she was all tough, like she wanted to shoot a gun. But then she got all freaked out oh my God, because this guy beside me in the range had a Magnum, man. That thing was like, boom, boom, boom. And she got scared. She was like, she got scared. I had to leave, whatnot, but yeah, but it's a bad time. Matter of fact, I think I might go to the range this weekend, It says, Classic Man says, and don't forget another brother that covers story about black men going missing or hung a sundown town. So collar, truck, or other black. Yeah. I remember that case. A truck driver was killed, and people coming up missing all the time in this country, I don't know what's going on, The problem is that not even that is going on, is that most black people don't even fucking care. We don't even care. So how do you gonna call yourself having a community and you don't even care about what's going on around you? Look, 70 says right here, 70 suspected modern day lynchings. That's just a suspected modern day lynchings. There's actually more of those, but those are ones that they said, oh, those are definitely suicide, whatever like that. So it's probably like 100. This is America. Blood. Our souls of our ancestors are in turmoil on the soil. This is blood. And so therefore the spirits of the demons that enslaved our ancestors are still there. And they keep breathing out more people each generation. You got a new crop. They just always think, oh, once the older generation die out, it'll get better. No. You got young people, Gen Zs, who are craving for. I seen one talk about, I wish we can go back to slavery. I wish the good old, they say things like the good old days when black people were getting lynched. These are Gen Zs and Gen Alphas. So we thought that it would, the racism and all stuff like that would die. That's what the American loving niggas told us, right? This is going to die out in the generation. We're all going to become Americans. All it. And these Gen Alphas and Gen Zs are even more racist. They're probably more racist than the baby boomers. But that's what America is. America's a racist country. It is what it is. Now you can come here, you can make your money. You can do what you got to do, like I do. Mind your business, do what I do. But don't ask me to salute nobody's flag. Don't tell me I got to believe in this shit. Don't tell me I got to be grateful that I'm fucking here. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit, I look at the Atlanta child murders all the time. I'm like, those kids never got justice. And you know what's the worst part about it is? It's the black Atlanta. Now, what needs to happen is this. A whole new generation of black people in Atlanta, right, needs to get, every time somebody gets elected in Atlanta, I think they're going to open this case up and we're going to finally get to the truth. But we had all these people, Patriotism, Lance Bottoms, nobody did shit. Nobody's ever opened this case up and say, what the hell happened? So we can have closure. We have never had closure with that Atlanta child. And that's something that we need to understand. Because if the Klan and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation could do something like this, whatnot, what else can they do? And I just showed you. There's 70 in 7 states. There's 70 unconfirmed or suspected lynchings. 70. I wrote an article years ago called Mississippi Burning in 2011. The article was that there was a black man found hung. And then I researched it that there were several black men found hung in the same jail, right? Then when I did some research, somebody else did research actually, and confirmed that each one of them were thugs that were messing with white girls. And they were found hung in their jail cells. That's murder. Like CeeLo Green said, what do you know about the dirty South? The South is dirty. The so-called black Mecca and everything, the South is dirty. Well, so look, let's not make it a generation thing, right? That was before my damn generation. When the Atlanta child murders happened, I was just a kid. I was in junior high school. I thought by the time I grew up and became an adult, right, that we have some sort of, okay, what happened and whatnot, The police, of course, the police are in on it. And the black police officers, you got to understand something. All he cares about is getting that check. You got to understand something how it works, DK. Two things a Negro's priority in a Negro's life: getting that check and making sure the light bill's paid. Everything else is just what do you call it? Is relative. That check and that light bill. So damn the job, damn the justice, damn principal and all that stuff like that. The main thing is every Negro down there in the police department in Atlanta is worried about that check. Getting his check when you see it down there, these clowns in Fulton County and all that. All they care about is getting that check, So it is what it is. Yeah, but they're not fucking around crew. He been around the boat the wrong way and whatnot. I mean, I like the spirit of the NFAC, but that dude was a freaking straight up clown. Grandmaster J, whatever his name is. He was a straight up clown. Now, if he would have basically said, the gist of what they were saying was, we're going to you have to have something, DK, where you could say this is our base. That means you got cities, townships, neighborhoods that you control. You can't just be all over the place and you just pop up in a white area, suburb, Stone Mountain, Georgia. Like, who are you? Who do you represent? You got to first secure your own neighborhoods. What are you talking about? What you're going to do with the white community, And that's why I said I can't join movements like that, right? The number one threat, the problem back then was black on black crime. The black community is a war zone. Something like that could have. Imagine if that they would say, look, like, who I like? The New Era. I talked to the brothers in New Era, Detroit. Now, them brothers are for real, because they said the priority is making sure our people are safe among each other. Once you have that, now you have the credibility of people. Now you can protect them from the other people. So that works. But you can't have a situation where you want to protect people, right? But the average person is scared to go to the gas station because he's going to get jacked, or people are breaking into people's houses and people are getting assaulted. Girls are getting assaulted at bus stops and whatnot, You can't do that. And then get out there, and while all this hell is going on in your community, you're out there talking about you ain't fucking around. It's a joke. That's why I think the people should have, and that's what it is, right? Let me tell you something. A lot of black people will join groups like that because they know they're not doing nothing and they're not going nowhere. More black people join that than New Era. New Era was about really making our community safe, They came in where the police couldn't get to. They were hanging around gas stations and making sure people get their gas on time, right, and whatnot. And so, so therefore, people felt safe with New Era. Gas stations said they could open later and whatnot. These guys come around, they hang around the parking lot, they keep a lot of chaos down and whatnot. This, that, thing. That New Era was the answer, but a lot of black men ain't gonna do that. Ain't gonna do that because they're like, oh man, we gotta fight the police. Look, man. The bottom line is we were cleaning up our communities, man. We were not fucking need the police. But you cannot talk about you're going to protect the people from the police if you're not protecting them from the YNs and the thugs and the goons and whatnot, That's why the not fucking around crew fell apart. And New Era is still there. Because the New Era, Detroit and Chicago, they got the confidence of the people. They do. I love them brothers in New Era, And the Detroit 300, and bros like that put in work in the community, make it safe. And people will rally behind you. But yeah, so we're talking about that tonight. We're talking about the lynchings and the unsafe environment Black America is right now. To me, my personal opinion is one thing when people talk about, they would tell me, well, what about black on black crime, whatnot? Yeah, black on black crime, people go to jail. When you got all these bodies, right? And you got people in forensics. Let me tell you something how it works. I had a female friend of mine, she passed away. She was a nurse, but she went back to school and got her degree in forensics. And she told me, and I don't know what she was saying for. She goes, you know how easy it is to kill somebody and get away with it? I go, what are you talking about? I tell the story all the time, right? She goes, when there's a crime or something like that, we in forensics, right? How it turns out is us. If we say it was a suicide, guess what? It was suicide. It said before the police could touch anything, the forensics side come in there first. Police are not allowed to go near the scene, touch anything until forensics is given its own evaluation. And if you got forensics, right? If they come on a scene and say, oh, this looks like suicide, guess what? You know how hard it is to overturn a forensic evaluation? So therefore, if you got people who are Klan and everything, and their forensics are working together, right? Now you see the problem? We didn't think about that. If you got Klan and all these other people in key positions, like the coroner's office, forensic, the DNA, just like they had this one lady a couple of years ago, Indian lady, who sent a lot of people to jail by giving false DNA matches. And she didn't apologize, nothing like that. I think they gave her 3 years. She ruined so many people's lives and one of Black people's lives by basically saying that the person DNA matched or whatnot, and they didn't. But the government and the state goes by what the DNA and the forensics people say. So therefore, it's very easy. That's the loophole right there. It's very easy for people to manipulate the whole system. You think you're safe, whatnot. Oh man, cop pulled me over, he ain't gonna kill me and whatnot. Oh, when you look at the angle, okay, we look at the angle, the cop blew your brains out, whatnot. But according to us, looked like you were reaching for a pistol. God damn, my hands were tied. His hands were tied behind his back. Nope, he reached for the pistol first, whatnot. Whatever that forensics say is what's gonna go. No question. That's what the prosecutor, everybody's gonna go by. So if they basically want to cover a crime up and everything, that is exactly what is going to happen. And that's exactly what happened in the Atlanta murders, right? They said Wayne Williams did it. They framed this man, and that was it. That's it. That's all you need to know. Because who's going to argue with forensics and everything? And so back in those days and time, if you said forensics said you got a match or whatnot, they used some nonsense about a fiber. Then they found out that the fibers that they had said was fabricated. Nevertheless, the jury, a lot of them black, probably not that educated, still convicted them. And nobody went back and say, if you was have evidence that the fibers did not match, the fibers found in the body and whatnot was not consistent, they did not match, how was he still in jail? He's still in jail because the black power structure and the white power structure knows if he didn't do it, that means we got to look elsewhere. And that will open up a can of worms as far as dealing with the culprits, which is the Ku Klux Klan and the Aryan nations and all these other people like that was down there who tried to instigate a race war. And that's what they were doing. They were trying to instigate a race war. And so that's what you have right now, Will we ever know the truth in Atlanta? I know the truth. But will it ever come out? I doubt it, because Atlanta is one of those fake black cities. Well, that's why I never liked Atlanta. I believe it's a fake black city, fake black success, fake black everything and whatnot. Atlanta will never be no black Mecca to me. Some of the black people down there are wonderful people, right? But don't sell me as some black Mecca, right? When the black power structure, right, had the biggest compromise in history by them basically going along with this Atlanta child murder. So they threw those kids under the bus. And a lot of black detectives people don't tell you this, they quit the Atlanta police force because they said there was a cover-up. But that's not really talked about in history. Yeah, so it is. Yeah, black truck drivers' bias are becoming missing, Yeah, what happened to those Georgia twins, right? Oh, they committed suicide. Remember those two good-looking young brothers, man, from Georgia, college kids, college bound and everything like that? And as always, they concocted some story about depression and they were depressed and they committed suicide and whatnot after they found in the woods. I mean, it's just so fucking obvious. But since I'm the only man up here and whatnot, and a man cares about his people. A man cares about his community. That's why stuff like this bothers me. Those are two young, beautiful young black boys. Had their whole future. They were twins. Future ahead of them, right? And they found dead in the woods in some mountain range in Georgia, right? Some redneck found the body. And you're going to tell me, oh, well, they committed suicide. But what... Like I said, but it doesn't matter. If forensics say they committed suicide, that was it. Yeah. Is that a black judge found? Yeah. I remember that in New Jersey. That black judge that was found there's so much shit going on. I remember that in New Jersey. People think I forgot about that. That black judge that was found in a dead body, with organs. I remember that. That was in New Jersey. In North Jersey. I think it was the Hudson River, But yeah, so it is what it is, We got all this going on and whatnot, while people telling me what a great and wonderful country America is. Carla, you got to love America and whatnot. Man, get the fuck out of here, I stand by what I say, I say it like this. Now, I'm not going to let nobody push me out of this country, but you ain't got no right telling me I got to love this shit. Nobody, Like I was saying today, something I used to always know. When I was coming up, right? I never forget this. When I was like in 4th grade, there was one kid that would never stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, right? White kid. Anyway, he was excused for standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, right? Because some religious reasons, whatever. I forgot what it was about, Anyway, everybody's had to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, right? But the thing is, when you're white or whatever like that, people give you grace. Say, oh, yeah, but you got to stand, blah, blah, blah. Just like if a Japanese kid, when his pledge of allegiance said, no, I'm not going to say that, I'm Japanese, he'll be excused and he'll be friends with everybody else. They'll respect his agency, his right to do that. The only people that are not allowed to say, you know something, based on what this country did to my people and I cannot do this, is black people in America. You never noticed that? The only people that are not allowed to be like conscientious objectors is black people in America. Everybody else, I see so many Jewish people, oh, well, I'm Jewish, I'm not American, I seen Catholics say that, and I had friends of mine growing up. I said, man, I feel some sort of way sometimes when I hear that America discriminates against Catholics. I said, you thought Catholics, man, imagine what I feel like. I'm black. But I'm not giving the same thing. Black, you ain't allowed to do that because you're not fully human. No matter what America did to you, you got to sit there and play the patriotic role and shit, so it is what it is, About, it says, G said, and about outrage from blacks in America, black jokes. Yeah, the bottom line is this. Don't worry about outrage from blacks in America. Only thing you have in America, in America is when the sports come, and everything like that. Sports come and what you call it come. That's all you need to know. Sports, your favorite sports team, what they're doing, working kind of missing on a job, school, and rage from black. Yeah, black people in America, ZV, are so beaten down. We don't even know. We don't care. We're so beaten down. Our spirit is broken in America. What you see when you see black people wearing the American flag, that's a sign of submission. I give up. Really, our spirit is broken in America. That's why we don't sit there and get upset when we hear stuff like this anymore. We just say, "Oh, at least we're making money and whatnot. At least I can eat my cornflakes and whatnot. At least I can eat, I can eat soup at night, whatever." That's all that black person ever thinks about, That's what the white man got us to, We are broken. Black America is broken, They're broken people. It is what it is, It is what it is. So, but anyway, folks, I was going for an hour and a half. You heard what I said. You heard my points. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room, right? If you want to discuss that, whatever like that, Yeah, Chris, what's going on, Chris? Thanks for coming in. Hey, Chris, when you gonna call in, bro? When you gonna call in? You called in the Bomani show, but you never called in my show. Blacks are exhausted by racism. We have them numb. Yeah, we're numb to it. What you see is not patriotism. It's black people being numb. You see this fucking clown, this mixed race clown that tried to take out the president, whatever like that. See, this is what happens, right? Let me tell you an interesting tale. This guy looks like one of these mulattoes, right? Who believe that his blackness, or partial blackness, right, is his problem. So he wants to, he hates the fact that he was born mixed race because it basically, it basically excludes him from what the Americanism, right? Now, me, that doesn't happen because I don't believe in America, right? So I'm not going to pull a stunt like try to bust off a gun at a White House correspondence dinner because I'm bitter about whatever policy. I don't give two shits about whatever policy America does. I don't expect anything good to come out of this country. That's why I'm at peace. Maybe I'm going to get out there, man, let me go out there and riot with not America's racism. I don't give a fuck about this country. Don't care. So I said blacks, yeah, blacks have been exhausted. We're the ones who came up with the term black fatigue. It came from us saying we're fucking tired. We're tired of this shit. We're tired of fucking white people. We're tired of white America. We're tired of all this bullshit. If you want to know. What the hell? What the hell? YouTube has rejected your comment, you know. It's fairly common when sharing links. You may need to share a link another way. What are they talking about? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What's the back chat? Right. Oh. You reject your comment. This is fairly common when sharing link. You may need to share the link in another. What the hell? Man, I'm blocked on YouTube. What the hell? I'm being blocked. So you guys got me. No, wait a minute. It's up there. It's up there. It is up there. It's up there. Yeah, it's up there. It's up there. It says Professor Truth gave good lecture about that fool. Collie, you gave up with Nightmeezy. The other night you guys had a good Did I? I don't remember having a good discussion with Nightmeezy, but you know, you say so. You know, you say so. Anyway, I put the link in the chat room. I need somebody to test that link out, folks. Somebody, please log in and show me that the link is working. You know, I don't know what's going on with this thing. Meet the share link another way, but it's fairly common when sharing links. You know, who's Professor Troop? Talking about Professor Black Troop. I don't like that dude. You know, Jason Black, that clown. I don't like that dude. You know. He's another Captain American Negro, so. So I tried to link, nothing happened. Oh wow. I don't know what's going on with my thing. Hold up, folks. Let me log out and come back in, folks. Give me a second, folks. Leave studio. Leave studio. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea what's going on with my channel. You know, either you might have to have a common link with Shirley. This is fairly You may share the link another way. I don't know what's going on. Why my links are not working. Rejected your comment. YouTube rejected your comment. So so I don't know. I don't know what's going on with this, folks. I don't know what's going on with my channel. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. This channel, what the heck's going on? You are live. I don't know. YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to share the link another way. What the hell is going on? I don't know what's going on with the channel. I hope I'm not blocked. YouTube don't got me freaking blocked, whatever. But folks, if you want to watch, look, me on another platform, you want to comment, call in. Click on what is it? Twitch. If you're on Twitch, folks, go on Twitch, and they will basically what you call it? Does a Twitch link show up in the chat room right now? Do you guys see the Twitch link? Let's see. So I might. I don't know what the hell's going on with these links, folks, but I have no idea. What's going on. What the hell's going on with these links, folks, but I have to, folks. I don't know what's going on, and so I'll just keep talking, and then I'm gonna forget in the broadcast. I can't do. Somehow my link is not working. Let's see. It's not working. Whatever. I don't know. Like this visual effects link. I don't know what's going on. The link. What's going on with this? Guest can stream. This is Brandon. Welcome our guests. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, folks. Well, anyway, we'll just keep talking. I'm going to talk for a little more longer, and I'm going to end the stream, whatnot. I don't know what's going on my YouTube channel and whatnot. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I'm blocked on YouTube or what, blocked on YouTube, Yeah, the StreamYard link, but can anybody click on it, though? Can anybody click on it? Come on. It's telling me that my link is blocked. So I don't know. I need somebody to click on it and show me it work. So if no one's gonna click on it, I can't do nothing. StreamYard link is there, but is it there? But people can freaking link onto it. That's what I'm looking at. I don't know what's going on. If somebody, one of my moderators, could copy it and repost it, so it is what it is, They're streaming in vertical mode. Yeah, I know. I don't know why it's. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Hold up. I didn't ask when I freaking came on. I did this thing. I didn't want to do the vertical mode. I don't know why I did that. You know. So StreamYard. Well, yeah. Edit. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I got somebody up here. Afro Theory. Okay, Afro Theory. What did you click on? Oh, she dropped off. What the heck? What the heck? I don't know what the heck is going on. With this. People ain't helping me out one bit. At least want to know what's going on. I don't know. I don't know. What a good show tonight, but I don't know, folks. I just don't know what the hell happened. Was not letting me share the link, on my platform, and I ask people if you see the link, click on it so I'll know what's going on. Take it there. So somebody wants to click on it. What can I do? What can I do? It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. What is going on with my platform? But back to what I was talking about tonight, right? The thing. Let's see what Afro Theory has to talk about. Are you there?
Yeah.
What happened?
I had exited out. I'm on my phone, and I exited out of the the browser on accident. But I copied I pasted the link in the chat.
Okay, I don't see it.
Yeah, it looks different on like if you. I don't know. I'm looking at the chat on my TV screen, and I see comments that's not in the chat on the phone. So
Right. So I don't know what's going on.
yeah.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. I accidentally put those two, the sidebar thing up in the what you call up by accident. I didn't mean to stream both. I didn't mean to stream both of them. I don't know what the heck that's all about.
Yeah.
But well, while I got you here, while you're here, what's your take on the topic?
I'm just interested in hearing more about what you had to say. I was just calling in to test the link.
You ever heard of the Atlanta child murders?
No, I know I didn't. That's why I said
The sad part
I would
about
like
it,
to hear more.
most people never knew about it. It happened between 1979 and 1982. There was a total of 28 black kids murdered in Atlanta.
Hmm.
28 brutally
And
murdered.
and they keep doing this to us because we don't organize. And
It's not even organized. We just got the problem is we got black. Two things got to happen, right?
okay.
Black people got to freaking make up their mind. Do they want to be safe or whatever like that, or and the price of it is white people are offering you a chance, some black people a chance to prosper. At the same time, they're saying to do that, you got to ignore or turn a blind eye to certain things, realities. The police
Yeah.
brutality. They said 70 over the last 26 years, 70 confirmed cases of murder, of lynchings. in the South in 7 states. 70. And how they doing this? Same way we did in Atlanta. You got people in the forensics and stuff like that who basically say, okay, this is what happened. And that's what's going on. So even though we thought we were gaining something by having the right to vote, but these guys were still in the what we call in the prosecutors' offices, the forensics offices, the police departments, and stuff like that. And a lot of them had ties to the Klan, you know. And so that's what the problem is, you know. They had ties to the Klan. And the bottom line, the Klan has a culture. That culture of them being able to kill black people or whatnot, the bloodlust they have, that has not gone away.
Right.
And the bottom line, to be honest with you, right after the Civil War, one of the things that the South wanted to keep, like I said, there was an old song where they said, we're going to, when they talk about white supremacy, we took the land from the Indians. Black man, he's a slave. He better learn his place as our slaves forever, whatnot. You know, is that other thing? A lot of our leadership basically went along with that. You know, if white people want to kill us anytime they want to, whatever, that was a sacrifice we made to be part of America.
So is that because of integration?
Well, this is before integration. You know, they basically went out there and said to black people, you know, even when we lived in Jim Crow, we weren't safe in Jim Crow. Same thing. They would come to black areas of towns, kill us, do whatever they want to us, and they could get away with it. Nobody held accountable. They used to lynch black people in broad daylight and everything. And so the reason why we went away with that, got away with that, was they were offering us, if we behaved ourselves, and stay in our place, a place in their society, their little white heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what you have really in America, right? You got black people. When you look at it, right? Why would any group of people be satisfied with being marginalized? Think about it.
Right.
And then when I talk about an Afghanistan and stuff like that, these motherfuckers want to knock me upside the head. How dare you talk about something like that? That's how they got black people conditioned.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when black immigrants come over here, they're not gonna. They have no intention of starting from the bottom. Now we're here. They're moving right into the white suburbs. They're going. Kids going to school. The white kids. They ain't going through what we went through, and we kind of resent that.
Yeah, that's true.
We resent that. We resent the fact that they opted not to go through what we went through, but we chose that.
Mm-hmm.
We chose that.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And that's what's also fueling the FBA movement.
FBA movement is like they were taught that we were something special because we let the white man let us have a piece of their civilization.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because we worked hard, we were obedient, we did all. It's like you have you're on a job, right? And let's say you do all the extra work on your job and everything like that, and you do everything, you stay later and everything, and your boss comes up to you and says, Afro Theory, you know, such and such that just got here. I think that person had a good problem. I'm gonna give her the promotion. And you're like, I gave you 20 years of my life, whatnot, you know? That's what it's all about. Black people feel like they're being passed over by black immigrants, you know, because they've been here so long.
I don't think that's it, Colin. I don't.
Come on, DK. You know I'm telling the truth.
No, I don't think that's it. Most of
Yes,
these
that
people,
is it.
It
You
is.
know?
That's what their sentiment is. That's what their narrative
That's
is.
exactly
about,
what it is.
Yeah, about being
How
feeling
did
threatened.
Tariq go from talking about race soldiers and whatnot to telling, he actually said out of his mouth, well, you're never going to have the relationship with white people we have.
who said that? Who said
Tariq
that?
said that. He said they know us. They don't know y'all.
I've
like,
never heard him say
damn,
that,
man.
Colin, stop, Colin. Yeah, I've never heard him say that.
That's what he said. He said that.
No, Colin.
And he said
the thing
many
is,
things like that. You know, he said, look, y'all immigrants coming over here and whatnot, you know, with y'all body odor and all stuff like that, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, he goes, do you understand? White people know us. They don't know y'all. He
I've
said
never
that.
heard him say. Come on.
But it's not just
That's what-
Tariq. Also, I listened to Afro Elite because he sounded a little bit
That's
more
exactly, he said the same thing.
sensible. Yeah, but I can understand that they're upset with the immigrants. Excuse me, immigrants at large, like the immigrant population. But they don't. They don't. They pinpoint. It seems like they pinpoint African immigrants specifically instead of mentioning the actual threat, which is Latino immigrants.
Yeah, but the
We
thing
talk-
is, though, the bottom line is,
I didn't even talk about Latinos. I mean, I don't know how you go from Atlanta black murders to FBA. Kala,
no.
they're
I'm
never
saying
gonna.
no.
I think you have to. They're never. The fact is, FBA are never gonna buy this Liberia movement. It's a joke.
Look, DK, look, sit down. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is this, right? I ain't saying that they have to. I'm saying like this. They're upset,
That's
right?
just the fact
Because
of the matter.
people like Magnesium, all the people that black people in America got options, and some of us choose to go to Africa to visit. They don't want us doing that. They don't want to go there us to visit. And so therefore they feel
Tariq went to Africa. People visit.
I know that was a fluke. But let me say this, DK, right? The old there's an old African American thing is this. Oh, I know you ain't talking. You know what I'm talking about? I know you ain't talking.
It's that hierarchy.
Yeah, I know you ain't talking. I know you ain't talking.
What's your
point? In other words,
Colin?
when Africans come over here and say slick shit out of their mouth, I know y'all ain't talking.
Colin, is this your only talking point? Man, we're talking about Atlanta black murders, and you're
all
talking.
Right, let's talk about the Atlanta black murders.
What does FBA have to do with?
Because the FBA,
Atlanta black murders.
Hold up. I'll tell you how it ties in.
FBA is not relevant.
Hold up. The FBA, they are, right? Because it's the FBA's, the core of the FBA movement decided that there's 28 kids, 30 kids was a sacrifice for them getting close to the white man. Can we agree on that?
It happened before the FBA movement. So what
I know, but I'm talking about the mentality. That's why, if you could look at what happened in Atlanta and stuff like that, right? There was no black immigrants at the time, right? Black people were like, okay, this is a sacrifice, right? Black people turned the cheek on a lot of stuff. I'll turn the other cheek, whatever like that, right? Then you got African immigrants coming over here, right? They don't have to go through what we went through. They don't have to face the Klan and stuff like that. And I think there's a lot.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do, Kala. You think if the African immigrant goes to the South, he doesn't have to deal with the Klan?
No, they don't have no idea. What I'm saying, it's all psychological, DJ.
There's
right?
between having an idea and being targeted. If they put a noose around your head, does that?
Yeah, I know.
That's
when it's too late. Yeah, I know they get lynched, right? But I'm saying is this: the African immigrant is more likely to move into a sundown town, and they more likely to go. Like you said, all these people that got killed in South Jersey, they were all Kenyans and African immigrants. They don't know they be going to all white spaces. They don't know they be talking to white girls and whatnot. They don't understand the nuance. Black people in America, Black Americans know how to survive in this country. So
yeah, let me say something, Kala, please. DK, what he's talking about is the generational history that Black Americans have here, and that shapes. Oh, okay. That's all I was saying. And that shapes our outlook and our perspectives. Well, I'm just speaking in general, and that is something that FBA is correct on. So that causes a separation in mindset, not mindset, but in perspective and experience here. That's worth mentioning.
Yeah. So my whole thing is this: if I tell the average African immigrant about the Atlanta trial, they're like, "What's that?" They're like, "Oh no, that couldn't happen." This America, like Musa.
Yeah, I was just about to say him.
That dude is a clown. Musa is a clown. Musa, listen, I love you, but you're a bona fide clown. He's like, America's the greatest country in the world. When that, so when an immigrant, we know this, right? That we go through, and we're hanging on for dear life in this country. Everything. And when an immigrant comes over here and tells you and be completely dismissive of everything you're going through and went through and going through. A lot of us
that's problematic, Colin.
hold on, a lot of us are still dealing with the after things of Atlanta child. I don't forget that shit, you know, because that
Mhm.
happened to me when I was a kid. That really shook the bejesus out of me because there was one movie made about it, right? That was really really scary. That was really really scary, and the hidden messages they were saying was, basically like one guy was like Paul Whitfield was like, "What the hell do we march for? What the hell do we do all this stuff for?" And we goes like this. We know that this guy Wayne Williams didn't do that, right? And it was very clear that the Klan was involved and did this stuff, right? So I'm saying to myself, as a young man, a young kid, I'm saying to myself, you mean to tell me that I always thought that Martin Luther King, this is what we always thought, DK. We went through slavery, we had Jim Crow, things are bad, whatnot. And then Martin Luther King came along when that we had the civil rights movement, everything's good, we're good. And that's how we believe when we were kids in the 80s. Oh, that's in the past. And then when the Atlanta child murders happened, right? You realize this is not the 60s or the 40s. This is happening right now, right? And that really struck terror in the large numbers of black people. Why? Because not so much it was doing it, is because the people that were supposed to protect us and lead us were telling us there was nothing to see here. When we got our guy Wayne Williams, they know Wayne Williams didn't do all that. They know that. But right now, no one will open that case up and say, this black people tried, right? But every time they do, people are like, nah, you got black people, nah, we're going to move on. How you going to move on from something like that? That's what we're talking about tonight. How you move on from something like that? That is a defining thing, a defining moment in history, right?
So, Carla, what do you think is the move forward? How do you move forward? What should you do?
Well, my whole thing, I think we just need to know the truth, right? Whatever, like I said, like Michael said, let the chips fall where they may. You know what that means? I said, once we know the truth, right? The truth, right? It could be that black people say, you know something? I know everything. I got all the information, but I'm willing to say, forget slavery, forget Jim Crow, forget the Atlanta child murders, and let's move on, right?
Because we understand stuff like this happens, especially in the South, because it kind of the Ahmaud
But why
Arbery
should we
case.
accept it though?
Wait, Carla, let me finish, man. I was just kidding. The Ahmaud Arbery case kind of showed that they're in cahoots with the DA and
Right,
the
exactly.
judge, how they tried to bury that case. It's
Right.
only because one person
They
kind of
almost got
released
away
the
with it
video.
too.
Yeah, they
They
almost got
almost
away
got
with it.
away with it, you know?
I think one person released the video, and that was it. That's how
Yeah,
it
which
got.
was they almost got away with it. And that what happened was that girl, that prosecutor chick, right? And the one guy was tied with the Klan and whatnot. They were working together, They were literally had history and they were working together, And then the black district attorney, the black attorney general's office, black people attorney general's office busted her ass, you know. That's like, but the thing is now, the difference is now is we got black people in high positions of power in Georgia, you know. They can't at the time, DK. We didn't have that in Georgia, We didn't have nobody in internal affairs and all
You
that
have
stuff
like
in Atlanta.
social media. You can't really,
Yeah, social media too, So we had
especially with those two black twins that just disappeared and ended up in
two
North
beautiful
Georgia.
black boys, two beautiful black young boys,
And
19
they
years old.
arrested a firefighter who had a photo of their dead bodies.
What gets me is this: you see what I'm talking about. See the pattern here? They'll say, "Oh, according to forensics, they committed suicide." That's it. Once forensics says that, it's almost impossible.
But can their family get an independent autopsy
It
done?
does not matter. Once that initial report, right, death certificate report is done, that's it.
But they can still do it. Why can't
They
they
can
just do
still
that?
do it, but it's not gonna.
And then they can find out. Then they can find out what
Let's say
really
they do
happened.
it, DA. The prosecutor, the grand jury, all that won't look at it because they're only gonna go by.
They don't have to. All they have to do it and show the media. Get the media.
Yeah, but yeah, look, black people do that all the time. Okay, we understand your case, whatever, but nothing ever happens though. Nothing ever happens. That's what it is. They made sure that they got their thing. If they want to kill us, they make sure to cover their ass and cover their tracks.
No, you can't
You
let
know?
that slide. You can't let that slide.
But what exactly are we gonna do about it?
Well, get an independent autopsy. Because how is
Yeah,
two
but
twins just
DK,
gonna?
you don't seem to get it, right? You do an
I'm
independent
telling
autopsy,
you,
right?
just get it done.
Hold on. Who are you going to give the independent autopsy to?
Just find the results. Wouldn't you want to know
Okay,
what really happened? If you don't
say.
believe it, if
Hold
someone
on.
died
Let's
in your
say,
family died under
hold on.
mysterious
I agree with you,
circumstances.
DK. I agree with you, right? Let's say we did all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got the independent autopsy. It says something else in the report.
Yeah.
Now what? What can you do?
Shit, go to the media. Go to the media.
Okay, you go to the media. They blow it up, right? It becomes politicized and everything like that, right?
Mm.
But the thing is, though, I've seen cases like this, particularly in the South. Them Southern people, you have no idea. You can have a raggedy ass town in the middle of nowhere, whatnot. You know, they're more formidable than you think. You think you're just gonna roll over some county prosecutor, some sheriff, and whatnot. You know, if they say it happened, it's almost impossible to roll that back.
Right.
This is why it keeps happening, because people talk like that. Like
Hold on, no, but I'm saying
well,
DK,
nothing's going to happen.
DK,
The
I
white man is
understand,
Thanos.
I understand
He's
that.
all powerful. It's like,
Hold on. I understand that, right? I say I agree with you. We should fight. We should in our case, but the bottom line is this: these people already geared up for the next killing. It's like a system, you know. This ain't just. It's systemic. Black people disappearing, like the truck driver disappearing. Black people, black bodies disappearing. You know how many black girls in this country are missing right now? This is something systemic that nobody talks about. You know, this ain't just some haphazard stuff. This is something that's systemic. It's systemic because we brought into a racist country that never actually cared about us and that allows this. You know, as simple as that.
So what's the solution? Move to Liberia.
You know my solution, right? You know my solution. Now,
Move
okay.
to Liberia and join General Butt Naked crew.
Hold on. GK, this is what we can do. This is what we can do, right? Let's get the number of lynchings trending downward. Can we do that? Let's say we're up to like 70, right? Let's say, look, let's do all we can to deter that because they're going to continue, you know? Mm-hmm. So, but getting rid of it altogether, that's not going to happen, right? We got to accept the fact that there's going to be more police killings. There's going to be more people found in their jail cell hung. There's going to be more murders of black people and that. We have to basically come to the conclusion that it's just a part of life in America is being black. You know,
so you're just going to do nothing.
I'm doing the Nakmeezy more. Nakmeezy's the one telling me I got to be happy. You know, he said, "Don't worry, be happy." My name is Nakmeezy.
I don't think Nakmeezy said that.
That's exactly what he said.
I don't think he said that.
He said, "Yo, would you listen to the show last night?" He said, "I should be happy." He said, "I should be happy in America," and I'm saying to him, "There's a lot of reasons why I'm not happy. One of the things is." When I see all these mass killings,
I watched the show. I get what you're saying. Is that if you're not happy, just do something about it.
But hold on. Look, I realize I can't do anything about it, right?
So you're just helpless. The white man is Thanos. You're not in control.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
I don't believe in that shit.
Okay, this is what our ancestors, the people who came before me, wanted for me. You know, they said, "Put your cash, all your worries in the hands of the white man." You know, the white man's justice system. The white man.
You gotta take control of your own life.
I'm in control of my individual life. You know, but I can't protect the next black man. You know, no, I can't. I can't protect. Look, bottom line. Look, you see those beautiful twins that got killed down there in Georgia. I can't protect the next ones from getting killed.
You could raise awareness, man.
Well, yeah, I am raising awareness. This is what I do in my show. I raise awareness. Don't go to a place with no white crackers, a fucking thing. You know, that's to solve the problem right there. What the hell are you doing up in a mountain and whatnot? You know, in Georgia. You know, if they would been told that, you know, by the family. What the hell?
How did they get there? I was following the story. Like, how did they get there? Did they actually drive there, or someone take them?
Let's
We
look.
don't know.
Let's look at the story. Let me look it up. Let's look it up. It's two twins found dead in Georgia. Two twins. Say twins. Found. Okay, right. It popped right up. Okay, 19-year-old twins, Quadir and Nazir Lewis, were found shot to death. I didn't even know that part, bro. They were shot to death. I didn't even know that. I thought they, poison or something. In Bell Mountain, in Towns County, Georgia, March 2025. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, it was probably the most racist institution ever was, right? Ruled that the deaths of it was a double suicide. See the problem? You see the problem I'm talking about?
Yes, I said that. I meant, okay, yes, I understand exactly what you're talking about.
Look, it says this, citing forensic evidence. Now, after everything we're talking about here, at 1776, what the fuck is so funny, man? You want to get blocked? Fucking nigga. So the bottom line is this. This is what I'm talking about. You got people like him think everything happened to black people is funny. How sick that we are as a culture. We got fools like this running around. Citing forensic evidence, right? However, the family disputed this, questioned how they reached the remote location, demanding, how did they get all the way up there? Just to commit suicide? I was born at night, but not last night.
It's always suicide. It's always suicide.
The family opened the GoFundMe to fundraise for a private investigator. It's now at 75.
It's been going on. That's been a year and now almost a year and a half now. What's going on with this case? Anyway, discovery was found on March 8th, 2005. Year actually. Near Belmont, GBI ruling. Bureau of Investigation, deaths were suicide. After autopsy result investigation, I don't believe it. Family dispute. The family said ruling noted the twins were not hikers, did not know the area, and had upcoming travel plans. The tickets, the plane tickets, everything were there. Why would they commit suicide?
You have to be careful. I know everyone talks about Atlanta's the black Mecca.
Oh yeah, Atlanta's bullshit.
Georgia's the heart of the Confederacy.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation is the one that covered up the Atlanta child murders thing. They knew the Klan, they knew who was involved, but they covered it up. Yeah. So controversy. Family supported by the NWC has requested an independent investigation with some, such as civil rights attorney Gerald Griggs, alleged potential cover-up. This is sad, man. 2025, we're still going through this stuff. And this is what Nakmeezy tells me I got to be proud of.
I think he said that, Colin.
That's exactly what he said. Nakmeezy, you're out there, man. Come up here and defend yourself, bro. You're out there, Nak. I know you listen.
But Colin, you doing all this, why don't you go to the gun store and get an AR-15?
Well, what's an AR-15 gonna do in a case like this?
30 rounds.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Black people are stupid, right? What the hell is an AR-15 gonna do after the fact? Are they gonna bring those guns back?
No.
All right. So what is the AR-15 gonna do at this point?
You're gonna defend yourself. Defend your family.
If you look, those boys were up there. They had no weapons or nothing like that. They were on a fucking.
Well, they probably should have had some weapons. They probably should have.
Oh, they were in a freaking lodge, and they ended up on the mountain trail. They didn't go hiking. They said
what were they doing there?
They were waiting to get on a damn plane and whatnot.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what they were doing there. The issue is that you can't be black in America and live and just exist without possibly being attacked.
Yeah, let me get my brother Good King on, man. What are you ready for nationhood, Good King, or am I alone by myself?
Ready. I mean, I'm always ready, but you got to start focusing on building a nation instead of being a
I'm building.
ready.
I just gotta get you Negroes in line, man. I don't want to fall in line.
Man. I came to bring the smoke, Tyler. I came to bring the smoke. Hold on.
Y'all Negroes out there doing your thing. I saw you in Jamaica, man. I saw you over there. What's nigga doing in Jamaica, man?
Black man, redemption.
We over here in Jamaica and whatnot, in the islands. What is nigga doing on the islands, man?
We got what's up? Yeah, you know we got to build with our Caribbean brothers, man.
Anyway, what do you think about this topic? You remember the Atlanta child murders?
Nah, I wasn't around then.
You wasn't around? Okay. This happened in the early 80s, you know? Total of 28 black kids were found murdered. And it was a black community, the Georgia Bureau investigation, the district attorney all covered this shit up, you know? And pinned it on a guy named Wayne Williams, you know? They know that did not happen, right? Because right after that, right, black bodies were still being found throughout the South. You know? The fact that
it sounds like just another story of America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's America. Yeah, it's America. That's what it is. But people telling me, Good King, that I gotta be proud of this shit, you know?
Nah, we don't gotta be proud of that. We gotta be proud of the accomplishments that we made here.
I'm proud of my people's accomplishments, man. Don't tell me I gotta be proud of fucking the red, white, and blue and shit, man. Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Oh yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't take pride in the flag.
I remember black children were scared to. Yeah, Christopher. Oh, he's about my age. He remembers that. Everybody, that Atlanta child murder shook the cut. There's no black person, right? Gen Xers, who don't think about that. That really shook. Well, we all think about that.
Colin, Baby Rodriguez say your scare tactics won't work.
Why? What's a scare tactic? I ain't scaring you. I'm telling you, black behind the truth. You can get strung up, Baby Rodriguez. It's too late when you sit there hanging from a fucking telephone pole and shit, you know. But those scare tactics won't work. I ain't the one gonna put a noose around your neck, girl. You know.
The only remedy for it is organizing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta be formidable. We gotta be in formation. We should be organized here, and we should have legations and delegations throughout the world. Speaking on the black nation.
What did the Black Congressional Caucus do during that time?
They're fucking
were they around at that time?
They're a joke, man. You know, the Congressional Black Caucus is controlled by black immigrants.
Only people that really fought back in the South like that was like the Deacons of Defense and Robert.
Yeah. People like grassroots people like that, you know. You know, so it is what it is.
Yeah, the only thing we can do about it is organize. I mean, we can complain and analyze, but that ain't really gonna solve anything.
I really think we're going.
Are there any useful black politicians in America, or are they all useless?
Well, and if your goal is getting black people to the polls again, and Roland Martin, like he's basically like saying, if you don't got the polls, he's gonna knock you upside the head.
Yeah, Roland Martin, he cussing us out and everything right now.
Yo, don't mess around. Roland come across that screen and knock you upside the head, bro. Roland ain't playing, man. Y'all get out there and vote. You know why?
Because he said Khalid Muhammad. I'm like, man, I don't know about it.
He knows he got to deliver. They gave him all that butter biscuit and fried chicken money. He got to deliver, man. You know,
he on the verge of crime.
What did he say about Khalid Muhammad? What did he say about Khalid Muhammad?
He said he checked them.
We didn't check no Khalid Muhammad. I saw that interview with Khalid.
Roland Martin said that? Yeah. Roland Martin said that?
Yeah.
Oh,
Roland be acting like he's a thug and whatnot, you know? He I remember, when he had Richard Spencer on there, that Roland got scared. Remember that? Richard Spencer said, I'm a white man. What are you? The Lord Jesus Christ.
That's how Tucker Carlson did Tariq, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, all these guys always fess up. And they get in front of the white man, they fess up like real quick, you know.
Roland Martin.
We in the same spot right now. But you see, since that vote right got put out, since they did the gerrymandering, the FBA talk kind of been simmered down just a little bit.
Well, the gerrymander is actually what they did is actually good. You know why? Because those black districts, right? They didn't have to campaign. We got a black district, all the black folks over there. They ain't going nowhere. So
I mean, it's like we wasn't doing nothing with it no way. So
that's what I'm saying. We don't care. People understand something. We saw no progress in none of this shit. Why should we be out there fight? They want us out there swinging and fighting and foaming at the mouth or not for what? You know, get the hell out of here. You know,
we need to focus on infrastructure. That's it.
It's called swollen farting. You know.
The Roland's solution is you got to vote for Indian
Democrats. Yeah, he don't have no solution, man.
Yeah,
it's like just follow whatever the Democrats tell us.
Yeah, get out there and vote. I don't care. You're a punk. You know, right. Cussing us out, cussing everybody out. You know.
It's some wild times in America, man.
Yeah, it is. It's some crazy times, man. Everything's on the table right now. Everything. Nation is on the table. Everything's on the damn table right now. You know, so. You can't. Anybody says they got the plan. We don't know where this is going to end up, man. You don't. You think that whatever. Anything can happen right now. You know.
You think that Indian clown that's head of FBI is going to investigate this or reopen this?
Who?
That Indian. What's his name?
Cash Patel.
Yeah,
Isn't he getting fired?
Yeah, they were talking about him.
But he's a drunk, man. I thought he has an alcohol problem.
You know? Yeah, I thought they were talking about firing him.
Got an alcohol problem, man. That'll be a freaking thing. You know. So it is what it is. Well, you got the problem. What complicates everything we're doing is we got a lot of black immigrants that come over here and they think this is paradise. And anytime we try to complain about what we see, like I'm doing a show tonight, man. We have never gotten justice or records for land child murders. All state. Have you ever heard?
We haven't organized for that though. The immigrants not our problem. We our problem.
Well, I know that. What I'm saying is this: when they do get the mic in front of them, right? They always saying, "Oh man, y'all always complaining." Especially Jamaicans, y'all talk about racism too much. Y'all perpetual victims. You know.
Okay, so what do you have to say about a Clarence Thomas or a Brandon? This of our ethnic group that said the same thing.
Well, it's like this. We know who the coons are among us. We know that.
So shouldn't we focus on that versus the coons that not us?
Hold up. I'll be honest with you, mother. Right? We got coons among us, right? And we're like this, right? But when somebody takes it upon themselves to come over and to another whole land, you can't come to somebody's house and start rearranging the furniture. You know?
But it's not our house, though. That's the thing.
No, but we still dwell here. This is our domain as far as where we dwell.
But what do we control?
Well, it doesn't matter. We're here.
That does matter.
Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, it does matter.
We can't dictate to others on something that we don't control.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. The fact of the matter is we're here, right? We're here in this country. You know, our culture, music, everything. That has to be protected, you know?
Tyler, what he just said is, or what he just said about we can't dictate what we don't control.
I'm not saying.
Do you think that plays into why the black immigrants would come over and they really wouldn't care, respect what we would have to say?
I know that's what it is, right? But my whole thing is this. I don't expect them to respect us like that. I understand that. They don't have to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, right?
Mm-hmm.
When push comes to shove, right? For example, right? Immigrants are now, they were really humiliated. Black immigrants, they were humiliated at that Coachella situation. They were humiliated when that girl Tyler only sold 3,000 records, right? And their whole thing is, well, wait a minute here. We know we don't need Black America, right? But we come to this country, right? When they do roles on movies and whatnot, the biggest movies, Black people control. We control who gets. They're trying to climb the ladder. We are the ladder, right? Now, anytime we could take that ladder up from under them, right? We made Lupita popular. We do all stuff for them, right?
Okay.
We don't do it as like, oh, we're better. We just do it. Whatever.
Okay, time out, Colin. We didn't put Lupita in no movies.
Hold on. She was in Black Panther, right?
Well, no, 12 years of 12 years,
yeah,
12 years a slave.
12 years a slave. That was what she was famous for. But at the same time, right? Black people in America embraced her. They were like this. She played, there was that guy, Jordan Peele made that movie, Us. That movie theater was packed. I went to go see that. We only went to go see that movie because of Lupita. That movie made her a star. That movie, Us. That came out even before Black Panther, I believe, That movie, Us. No, it came after Black Panther. That movie, Us, right? And then basically what we're saying is this. You hang out in our spaces. We don't care about that. You hang out, you could be with us and everything like that, right? I think a lot of immigrants resent the fact that they got to walk a certain line with us still, like the Afrobeats that failed at Coachella. And they're like, and then now they talk about why is Afrobeats being played in Atlanta? Why is it not played on black radio stations?
White people don't listen to Afrobeats. Well, of course it'll fail.
And also, this is what I would say, DK, is this. I told this one African person, I said, look, you understand something. Y'all thought y'all were going to come over here and Afrobeats was going to be like hip hop. It's not like that. You know why? Because when you look at hip hop, right? Every last white person who listens to hip hop over the years, they have a memory, right? Go on any song thing right now. Right now, who's trending is Afro Man, right? Go in and look for any of the songs, right? You got white people and black people saying, oh, I remember this, man. When this book came out when I was in 10th grade. Oh, I remember we did this at the dance. We did this. They got memories tied to black movies and black entertainment, They don't have a history. These Afrobeats people, they're coming to a foreign country, and these people over here don't know you. They thought, I said the first thing they should have did was get Black America on their side and their music. They basically like, we're just gonna come to America, and then white people only listen to what black people think is cool.
I don't understand why they feel so entitled. Like they don't have to like it. They don't have to like it if they don't want to.
So what I'm saying, I listen to Afrobeats, right? It could have worked, right? But it was the spirit of it that was wrong. They were saying stuff like at the height of Burna Boy, how this is going to replace hip hop and this is a new way and whatnot. And I said, no, you don't do that shit, And they're like,
Holly, that wasn't coming directly from Africans. It was coming from, I remember Ebro from Hot 97, a Jewish mulatto.
Oh, yeah. Those people like that. And even Dinah Samir was like, oh, Afrobeat's going to take over hip hop. And I was like, that lasted forever.
Dinah's a businessman, dog. He started the live and just let the Africans argue with each other for 2 hours.
Yeah, I know. I can't. That feels annoying.
But Kala, it wasn't coming from Africans saying that they were originally
hold up. What happened was this. A lot of Africans, right, were hearing a lot of particularly white Americans. Let me give you an example. When I was coming back from Liberia, right, I was in an Amtrak train station, right? Mm-hmm. And I eavesdropped on a conversation, these two white ladies, right? And they were talking about some Afrobeats, oh, he's from Mali. Oh, yeah, I like his song like that. They're like, oh, yeah, we're going over there with that. There's a lot of white people who are trying to like this music. But the African sees that. They see one white person, and they think that's the whole entire white race. They understand those are white people who might have a niche for your music, right? They automatically assume that that's millions of white people who feel like that. It's not the case, So it is what it is.
Maybe in the UK, but UK is not America.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
maybe it's like in Europe.
So a lot of Africans, when they see white people get involved with it, they start smelling themselves. Oh, we're taking over. Africa's popping and all this kind of stuff like that. They do. Africa's not popping, bro. Africa's popping, blah, 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 blah. And that was like really antagonizing Black America, really. It was. And so,
no, well, I didn't know it was coming from Africans. Natural Moments had mentioned it was too.
I think a lot of Africans were proud of their music and whatnot. They assumed that they had us on board with them,
They should be proud of their music. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong.
Hold up, but their whole thing is that this is how Africans are, right? I just noticed every one of them, right? Like the other night we was on. You saw that. You remember that conference we had with St. James the other night?
Mm-hmm.
The African is not satisfied with just them liking their culture. They seem like they are obsessed with getting us to like everything they do. And I said, I just told him. I told St. James, you was on the conference. I said, I don't like everything you guys do.
But what's wrong with that? And that's the truth that the world loves African culture, including Black America, Black American culture.
Like everything they do.
Well, it's like they want to make you an African color. Is that what they do?
I don't think there's nothing wrong with St. James being proud and wanting people to find interest in his culture.
I for him, right? But like I told him, I don't want to be a Burkina, where the hell he is. I don't want to be that. You know?
He's Burkina Bay. Say it right. Don't be disrespectful.
I don't want to be. Look, I don't want to be. I don't give a shit about Ibrahim Traore. I say, I wish him alive.
You don't like fufu? What's wrong with fufu?
What? Look, DK, this is how it is. I like Burkina Bay and Burkina Faso for the Burkina Faso, right?
It's for the Burkina Bay.
Burkina Bay, whatever it is, right? I wish them all the luck in the world. The problem is, when you're trying to force that on me, that I got to be one of you. You know, I don't want to be one of you. You know,
I don't think I don't think he said that.
How did he say that? He wants you to be
when I said I don't want to be you, he sounded like he was like heartbroken. You know.
Well, I mean, it sounds offensive. If someone says I don't want to be you, I don't want to be a Black American.
I really don't. I don't want to be you. You know. I'm Black,
but you're not him, so you ain't even gotta say that.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but he kept saying, well, Kala, if you come to my village, man, the women gonna check you out. We're gonna have a new name. Nigga, I don't want to be you, man. I don't need all that.
He said that, Kala? He really said that?
Yeah. How about you heard him, you know?
I don't remember that part. But if he said that, then it doesn't sound like it's an insult. Like if the woman's gonna be checking you out.
Insult, but I had to put in perspective, right? I said, look, I like your culture.
Are you afraid? Are you afraid you go to Burkina Faso, you'll be forced in the military? Is that what you're
No.
You have this thing that Burkina Faso.
No. You know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid when I go there, I might not have electricity for 12 straight days.
Wow.
You know,
oh my goodness!
Like they always tell me,
you can't be the president of Africanistan and talking like this.
Look, dude,
I know.
Why, hold up, yo, because I know whatever I build, we're gonna have the best infrastructure in the world. We're not gonna worry about that, you know.
You the Donald Trump of Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's right.
No,
make Afghanistan great again,
justice.
Man. You know, I told you, man. Can get behind me, man. I'll make it happen. You know, catch your troubles on to me, bro.
Justice. If Kala built Afghanistan, everyone will be an enemy. He'll have no allies.
No allies.
He'll offend everyone. He'll offend everyone.
Look, I believe in FTA. You know what FTA stands for?
Something you made up?
No, it means foot to ass.
Oh my goodness!
We gotta get you to be more diplomatic, man.
Kala,
right.
Kala, I have a question. How is it that you find Africa to be the place for you to have Afghanistan, but
that's what I'm confused about.
But you talk so bad about Africans?
Why? Because look. Let me tell you. You want to know?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be funny. You know, I'm not trying to be funny, right? Years ago, 30 years ago, right? When I began this journey, right? With the colonization Afghanistan 30 years ago, right? I was told, right? Africa had diamonds, gold, oil, now, you know, all the riches in the world, Africa, and all stuff like that. You know, we have fertile land, or not yet. You know, it's like, okay, and, you know, somewhere it's true, right? But I said to myself, man, we got all that why is nothing developing? You know, then I realized, right? I realized that their mindset, you know, of Africans. Oh no, Zongo Bongo's coming up. Oh
Hey,
no!
hey, Afro Theory, Afro Theory. Hey, Afro Theory. You
Oh,
two should have heard Kala a few nights ago, where he said Africans didn't build shit in history. That's what he
Yeah,
said.
Kyler, you be tripping, bro.
I know.
Like,
Well,
brothers
let's
be
go there.
Pan-African on Sunday, Liberian nationalists on Monday, Black nationalists on Tuesday,
You said
Pan-African on Wednesday.
black people didn't build the pyramids. Black people didn't build shit.
Well, I'm saying like, hold on,
Saying,
yo,
man.
DK. I'm like this. Now, what the good thing about it is like this: you're human, I'm human, Africans are human, right? That means every human has the potential and the capability, right? Just like Black America, right? Black America. Now I'm putting this all together, right? This week? What did I say I was? What do I call myself?
Hate monger.
Oh no! Before hate monger, what do I call myself?
Thanos.
Apologist to what?
The Thanos.
No, you morons. The culture.
Cultural critic.
Oh, the culture critic.
Now,
Kyle,
reason why
I know I appreciate you disrespecting
because
Africans.
I really believe that the problem with the Black race was culture. Right now, you got two sort of cultures, right? You have cultures that basically are long-winded, long-standing, right? They basically cultivate for years, and like this. There's an old saying, right? A wise man is a man who plants a tree, right? Let's say he sees a part of his land that has that needs shade, and he's at the end of his life, he plants a tree, and a foolish man
never
says,
see.
"Sir, why are you hold up? Let me say this. Why are you planting that tree? You're not going to be here to see it." Hey, but the person coming after me will benefit from it. I'll be long gone. Those type of people, right? When you get people to that point, now you're ready for nationhood. It's called delayed gratification. Our culture in the Black race is about instant gratification. You know, the white man knows that. He knows that when he goes to you with a deal, oil and everything, I could look at every last single deal on the African continent. I could tell it's rushed, and Africans are just thinking immediate. You're not thinking long term. Every one of them. And then now, years later, they want to get like, oh, France is doing this or that. No, that's what y'all agreed to. All the stuff that y'all.
Hey, man, Kyle, be careful, man. Drink some water, man. Drink some water.
No, but that's what y'all agreed to. Ain't that right, Zongo Bongo?
That ginger and then honey, that good African honey.
Get some water to drink, Colin, man.
All right, Zongo Bongo.
Hey, Colin, why do you name it Afristan? Why is this Stan?
Hold up, because I'm like this. This is what I say.
Colin, why are you throwing shout out Burkina Faso and St. James?
Yeah, he keeps throwing shade at Ibrahim Traore.
Man. I was not throwing shade. Hold up. Stan, like they use in South Africa, means Stan means territory.
Man, if they give me a passport, why not? I'm gonna take it. You know,
African just short, with a K is short.
Kala, if you got a Liberian passport, it means you're. Oh, it's no longer within the ECOWAS.
I don't want a Liberian passport, bro.
Why not, Kala? Why not?
I said, Dongo, you was over here in the conversation. You know, I don't want a Liberian passport. What the hell I need? With a Liberian.
I saw you just hating on Africans trying to get a job opportunity, even in the entertainment industry, and then you hating on Afrobeats. Kind of, man, you know damn well Africans they don't dominate the Black American media spaces. Come on,
you know that. You know how weird. You can't tell me that.
So why are you talking like Africans trying to dominate?
No. What I'm saying is, look, Africans had to take it down a notch because there were people like Dynasty and all these people talking about Afrobeats taking over.
So what happened at Coachella? What happened at Coachella? What happened?
I said, okay, that's it.
What happened at Coachella? What happened at Coachella? What happened over there?
What happened at Coachella was the Afrobeats people got up there and everybody just sat. The place was completely silent.
Oh, they don't know that song. They don't know them.
They don't care. We talk Coachella, bro. I grew up in America, right? Those young white people are the white people with money and white America. That's white America, right? And only a few years ago, they started inviting black acts up there.
Oh,
And
okay.
some
Oh, so
hip-hop
Coachella was
like
historically white. Was white.
Control's white, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the fact that you even had just black hip hop up there, I mean, a couple of times, like here in Virginia, we got something similar to Coachella. It happens every couple of years, called Something in the Water, put together by Pharrell. That's
But
actually
we did Afrochella, but they had to fight us a legal battle for that. Oh, why we make it Afrochella? So those people had to drop
but
that
the
name.
bottom line is this: hold up, you cannot force your music on people because when people in America, for the most part, when it comes to music, bro, Americans don't like foreign music for some reason. I don't know what it is. They don't like foreign music.
You can force your music on us if you got power. Like U2 put all their albums on our phone back in the day, but we don't have.
Yeah. You can force it on people, but people be rioting if they have to. If every ringtone or everything like that had an Afro beat, whatnot, man. These people will be rioting, man. Hell no.
So, like, you think like Africans were just being cocky in your faces? That's why.
Well, no. I just
you were
think
happy that.
look, I try to Zongo. About that situation, I was quiet about it. Everybody knows, right? Because I didn't want to embarrass Africans.
It seems like you're happy that Africans are not getting the.
I didn't want to embarrass Africans, right? I didn't want to embarrass them, because I appreciate Afro beats and whatnot. I love the beats and whatnot, this and the other thing. But even in Liberia, bro, let me tell you something.
Yeah,
lives in Liberia, but when the hip hop and R&B comes on, the place gets lit. They do. Most of the music you hear are hip hop, R&B, especially 90s, 2000s, hip hop and R&B. Afrobeats is done in place, right? But the main event is hip hop and R&B. That's just the way it is. And
hip hop still got the wave, yeah. But I guess the point if Africans listen to hip hop in Africa, why can't you give us the space too? I mean, in America, Kala.
No, what I'm saying is this: hip hop has this.
We don't mind listening to your music. We don't.
I know. But the thing is, hip hop was never billed as just black. It's music.
Kala, if we listen to your music, if your artists come to Ghana and the other countries, we go to our shows. Why don't you? Why you have issues?
I have no problem with people listening to our music. I listen to it, right? Let me tell you something, Zongo. When I moved to Virginia, right, I was on the reggae dance hall and whatnot. I moved to Virginia, man. Motherfuckers down here were like, man, get that reggae shit out of here, man. I'm from New York, right? That's reggae was just another form of black music. That's why I say Afrobeats, right? But down here in the South, they were not feeling that shit, man. They weren't. They're like, man, I can't listen to that reggae shit, man.
So, Kala, so your issue is that even though you don't.
Hold on, Zongo Bongo. This is another thing I got a bone to pick with you about. Why you got so much feelings towards the South and you be in Virginia like that ain't the South?
A Southern brother getting all offended. No, I ain't saying that.
Nah, because this New York exceptionalism. Like y'all just got all the knowledge.
I came down here in the South, right? And to be honest with you, right? I can't. So this is one thing I say about the South, right? If you were not born here, if you came here past the 5th grade, you're always going to be an outsider. I have absolutely no friends. After 30-something years I've been here, I have absolutely no friends from the South. All my friends are from New York, whatever like that. Because all the people that's been here their whole life, they've known each other since kindergarten. That's how it is. They don't mess with you. They don't talk to you, whatever like that. I mean, you be cool with them or not, but they're not like that, for some reason. So I came out here, man. I was like, man, I tried to make friends and stuff like that. The Southern brothers out here, man, it's like if you didn't know them in kindergarten, if you can't say, oh yeah, you remember when such and such happened over there, whatever like that. Oh yeah, we was chased by that. If you don't have those memories with them, you can forget it. I had this one guy, I was doing security, and this one guy was a Bayside Arms, right? My boy Junior, he said, you want to work tonight? Yeah, so it was a reunion for Bayside Arms. Man, this one dude that came there, he came there and he was 19, said, oh yeah, he said, and they would not let him, oh, you remember something, you didn't come here till you was 19. Every time he would get out of line, talk too much, Man, get your King when you were 19 ass out of here. Whatnot, they didn't forgive him the fact that the cardinal sin of wasn't born there based on he didn't get this until he was 19. I was like, damn, these people are strict, boy. You didn't get that till you was 19. Yo, King Good, you know what I'm talking about, man.
It's like that in many places, but I think you would have to agree that the revolutionary spirit lives down here. The spirit of building black infrastructure lives down here.
I know that, but hold up. But let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a serious question, right? How do you build black infrastructure, right? When every last single county and seat, every forensics person, everything like that, throughout the South, there's not one area in the South, not one county, township, anything that black people control outside of white power structure.
Because we're not organizing around that.
Yeah, well, but I'm saying in the North, you do got black people who have.
It's not one black-owned self-sufficient county in the North. Let's be real.
Well, actually, they are.
Name them.
Man, Colin just always lies. That's my issues with Colin, man.
Average store, New York, Rockland County, New York, whatnot. We got.
They don't control their corner stores, hospitals.
I know. Most of the people in the North, bro. Let me say this, right? Most of the people in the North, we leave that nickel and dime stuff to the immigrants, right? Most people in the North are making them big. They got them jobs. They got the big money and stuff like that.
That's work for white people.
Two family income, making $300,000 a year. That's how we live in the North. Let the freaking Haitians and other people have the little corner stores and whatnot. We don't do that.
Come on, y'all afraid to look white people in the eye in the North.
Colin is just Colin is a black American. Colin is just a black American.
This our president, though. This our president.
Black American. That's black American supremacist.
I'm a black American supremacist.
That's why you have issues. Yeah, that's what you are.
No, I'm not, man. No, I'm not.
Someone says elitist, man. Kyla is definitely he's an elitist, man. He is also.
Yeah, so
he tried like the very thing that he chastised white people against. He want to be that against other blacks.
Well, hold on. Every group of people,
he just doesn't appreciate white people.
Zango. Every group of people have to have the pinnacle, the elite. They have the middle people.
Colin, you think you are pinnacle?
And you got people at the bottom. Hold on.
You believe in the hierarchy, Colin, man?
It's like
this society, man.
Things a pyramid. Shit, money goes up, power goes up, shit falls down. That's the way it always been, man. There's got to be.
So you want to be at the top, and you want to be at the top.
Of course.
And you want to be at the top.
Of course I do.
Why don't you want to be at the middle?
How long is your term limits gonna be in Afghanistan?
No. Up until the fact that I would say like this: when we do this, right? It's just gonna be the fact that until it gets to a certain point, and then I just basically step off. I don't think
just like an African president, so forever.
Hold on.
Wait, look. This Afghanistan thing, it's just a media gimmick.
Let me say this, right? I don't think the black race is ready all everywhere. I think the most dangerous thing was introducing elections and democracy to Africa.
So you're gonna be in power just like an African president for 40 years?
No. African president, you know what the difference is, bro? What I would do is say like this. This is my suggestion. We gotta talk about this, man, because we're gonna have real
talk about it.
I believe that there should be a Supreme Council, right? A Supreme Council made up by the people that's going to vote for the Supreme Council is going to come from all across Black America. It's my theory. And therefore, these people are going to be vetted so much, the top people, right?
We're going to get you.
Mandate, right?
Hold on.
They're going to be empowered to elect a premier. That's the one who carries on everything. Executive, right? A premier, right? And then what happens is this: you're going to have a judiciary, and then that's going to operate for 20 years, right? With all like the Chinese Communist Party, but then it's there forever, right? All decisions, everything will be done by that council and the premier, right?
Okay, Colin.
Part of the thing is, hold up. Part of the thing is,
now he's call a communist. Call a
what
communist.
happens when we, as the council, vote against one of your decisions?
Then you vote against the decisions. Simple as that. You know, the bottom line, that's the way it's got to be done. No one person has the power. You know?
Do you think
the
black race needs?
Let me say this, TK. What I would say is this. Now, I know people will talk about elections and whatnot. You got to have elections and whatnot, but there's going to be a system in place, right? Benchmarks and everything to say when we're going to hand over enfranchisement to a newly constitutional government with a legislature, executive, and thing. But until that time period, the country has to be run by a Supreme Council, you know, for at least 10, 20 years. You know, that's how you got to do it. And the council will control the military, the police, all that shit will be under one ruling body for 20 years. You know, that's how you get it. Then after 20 years, you should have a population and ready for local and regional and national elections. That's the way it should be done. You know, and I'm not a king or nothing like that. You know, I'm just the architect. That's all. You know, and bottom line, whatever that council, it could be the point where, let's say the council's a panel, right? And people say, you know, something, I don't like this college Genesis guy, right?
Yeah,
and I could be like, and I'll be out. I'll be like, hey, okay, I'll be out.
So Colin, you want to be the Black Putin?
Yeah, no. I look. The bottom line is this. Hold on. I would say like this. In the interim, right? I think I'm a good person, right? Right. But that council is going to be so friggin' thorough, right? They're going to decide if I'm worthy to either be on the council, to be a premier, or work in the government. You know, that decision has to be made by an independent body, not me.
You worthy. You mean well? We just got a bit.
No. But I'm saying,
it
has to be the horrible diplomacy. Hold up. Just to protect posterity, right? There could be no doubt that if I'm there, I'm worthy to be there, not because I was the architects and I founded it, and whatnot. No, it doesn't work like that. You know, the bottom line is this. You know why? Because we literally talking about people's lives in their hands. You know, you make the wrong decision. See, the whole thing, brother, is this: the white man, say about the white man, he makes decisions and whatnot when he knows there's going to be repercussions hundreds of years down the road, right? He knows that, so he has to get it right, study and all stuff like this, right? The black man in America, we don't have that responsibility, right? Now, when we talk about an Afghanistan, we're talking about, you know, something, you know, we're going to be responsible for people's lives. You know, we're literally going to have people's lives in our hands. Whether people eat, whether we're attacked by a foreign force, or the country goes down to chaos, it's all on us. And it's been done before. Because I believe, look, if a country like South Sudan with a 99% illiteracy rate could at least make the attempt to form a government, right? Black America is the most educated black people in the world. What the hell are we arguing about?
Okay, okay, let's get to the nitty-gritty then. South Sudan versus Black Americans. We got to talk about the logistics. They were in the land that they were trying to
That's why I say, hold up.
Project, now hold on. Your project is to bring us to Africa where we're not already there.
I know. That's the catch. The main thing, first off, is this. Like I said, I'm going there next year, right? And I'm basically saying, I'm going to say like this. One thing I don't do is talk about nationhood, right? I talk about this. I say, look, we're going to talk about us occupying territory, right? And over a time period, it'll evolve into a nation. You don't come up saying, we're going to sit here and build a nation. No, you occupy territory. You know, you start putting down your flag. You start putting down here and stuff like that. You get partners, business people, investors, other governments, when the host governments, to support you in what you're trying to do, you know? And then after people start coming over, when people start seeing roads being built and stuff like that, buildings going up, yeah, people are going to come. They'll definitely come, you know?
Some people will come, and then some Africans will try to tear it down also.
No. That's why you got to go to an area, right, that's unoccupied. That means the land that we're talking about is going to be controlled by us. You know, that means to go up into this territory, one, you got to be a citizen of the host country, and two, you got to have a residency permit from us. That's a deal breaker.
The nation that you got the land from, you would have to be so tight with the head of state and
Oh,
so tight with the ethnic groups
the
there.
bottom line, look, the bottom line is this. That's why me personally, that's what I'm working on. That's what I'm working on. And then I laid it out to several. When the last government of Angola was there, when I laid out my plan, and they liked it. They said, "Man, I liked it." But then what happened was this lady, Dr. Arikana, got a hold to it. And she started talking about some Wakanda City in Zambia, whatever, like in Zimbabwe, I started this whole thing. Akon, all this stuff like that came from me. I was the first person to start talking about an African American homeland in Africa. I was the first one.
No, you weren't, bro. Martin Delaney was talking about that in 18.
Oh, yeah, no, but I'm talking about in the modern times.
Okay, you can say
in the modern time. I talk about not. I'll talk about in this modern times, the age of the internet, social media. I was the first one to document saying that the black man in America, our future, is in Afghanistan. I was the first one to do it, and I was there alone, right? And when I got on this platform, when I first got on, people I told me I'm crazy, but now people right now don't think I'm crazy. They're starting to take me seriously because I'm dead serious about what I'm talking about. I know we can do it.
Need a nation. It's just how we do it.
Yeah. So the bottom line, the main thing is you basically like this is you get land, you occupy the land, and just get agree. Look, this is what happens, bro. And I try to tell people all the time. They say, "Well, how you get land, Colin?" I said, "It's very simple. Once, like next year, when I go there, right, I'm gonna start the process myself, right? And what you want to do is get a contested for land because anybody possession is 9/10 of the law. People don't know this. Do you know? I'm gonna make
no law in Africa, Colin.
Hold on. Check this out. There's an 8-year-old white girl from Idaho that her father got some unoccupied land in Sudan and Egypt and built her own kingdom.
Yeah, I seen that.
So what I'm saying is this:
Bert's a wall.
But if the area is about the size of the state of New Jersey.
Tyler, you got to take your time when you talk, man.
So my point I'm trying to make is this, right? The fact that I got all these black men in America and nobody's put their flag down anywhere. Let's say you go there and the country says, "Fuck you, you ain't getting it." Okay, that's fine. But it's going to be on record, right? That there's a contestation for a land. It's a dispute. That means the international governments got to look into the case now because I made a claim. We got to at least make the first initial claim. Sitting in America arguing with me is not going to happen. We got to make that first initial claim. That's the road to having a land of our own. You got to make that claim. But once you make that claim, then the host government, right? You're on the equal footing with him. You say you claim this sovereign land, but we're saying this land is ours because of blah 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 blah. Okay, then next thing you know, we'll take it to international court. We'll take it to AU and whatnot, and you get rulings on it and whatnot. The host country will say, "Well, let's work something out." By that time period, I want to have a consensus among Black American men. I said, look, I got 10 million Black men in America who say they support this and they want this. They can't ignore that. Oh, trust me, I've been planning this for years. I know what I'm talking about. So next year when I get to the continent, I'm going to make it happen. Make it happen. I'm going to start the proclamation of the African proclamation.
Man, Colin, man, look, it's good to talk, right? But really getting things done.
Zongo, I'm going to do.
Really getting things done practically is a whole different conversation.
Oh, yeah, Zongo. You know, I
like Zongo, Bongo.
All right, man. I'm gonna take it easy, man. I'm gonna take it easy on you today, man. I'm gonna let it pass. I'm gonna let it slide.
Hello, you know what Malcolm X said?
What did he say?
He said, when you are on the brink of a revolution, you are uncompromising. But no matter what you say, once you got that nationalist revolutionary in you and whatnot, there ain't not a damn thing you can say. We're going forward.
You should be taking cues from the aliens instead of having issues with them, Colin.
Hold on. Look, my whole thing is this, right? I mean, I appreciate what they're doing and everything like that. But I am not good. I don't know.
Kala,
What's that got to do with me?
are you gonna have real sovereignty
Because
with
you're
Africa?
African, you're trying to be the head of state of African, bro. You have to support other heads of state.
Yeah, I know. I do that. But what I'm saying, no. What I'm saying is this,
even
though.
if you don't support him,
hold on.
propaganda-wise, just based on how it
Check
looks,
this out. Yes, we're gonna have diplomatic relationships with all these African countries, our brothers' countries, or whatever like that. But what I'm saying is this, what Zongo and all these people want is what happened with the problem. What happened in Liberia? You know what happened in Liberia?
What happened?
It had the Liberians, the American Liberians, focused solely on building their country, right? Mm-hmm. Bringing black people from America over there, and not caring about. They were all over the continent. Yep. They were in Kenya, brokering this. They were in Zimbabwe. They were in all these countries, Namibia. There was in all these countries and whatnot. You know, it was in Ghana. You know, solving everybody's problems and whatnot, right? And so while they did that, their own country was weak.
So you mean they were overextended? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So I don't want to do that. I want to focus on our territory, what we're trying to build and whatnot. Bring it
Kala, I mean, first you have to establish your security first before everything.
Zongo.
We're gonna so Kala, what are you gonna do about, like, would you have a situation like South Africa where there's like millions of Nigerians coming to your country?
Fuck no, hell no. Hell fucking no.
What about Ghanaians, man? Ghanaians gonna get
hell fucking no. No, I don't want to hear anything. Look, the Africans are more than like welcome to come to visit, spend money and whatnot, you know, even get residency. But you think you got a bunch of them gonna bum rush our shit? Get the fuck out of here, you know?
So what's up with the blacks gotta come together? Like, what's up with that?
Get the fuck out of here, you know? Get the entire fuck out of here. You know, everyone always want to come together when they're trying to try to friggin' jack you for some shit. Oh, that's all come together with that. When are we gonna come together and you're gonna give me one of those gold fields in Ghana, Zongo? How come we don't have a gold field? You know, and get that. We haven't even got the nation yet. We haven't got land yet, or everybody got their hands out. You know, they already got their trying to carve up the Afghanistan. You know, get the fuck out of here. You know, so the bottom line is this, you know, once we get situated and everything, then what's going to happen? Everything will be reciprocal. Every last single African country.
So, Cal, are you saying the Africans?
Oh, every last single African country.
They only preach unity. Everybody's going to give something up. Cal, so are you saying the Africans they only preach unity if they know they can benefit something from you?
With no shit.
That's a fact.
That's an African MO. Whatever they can get benefit of it, then it's unity. Like, you know, let me give examples. Check this out, King. Check this out. I said this the other day, right? Now, for years, I've been listening to Diane Samir, all these Africans telling us we're not brothers and fuck Pan-Africans, all this shit like that for years. DK knows, right? For years, right? Yeah. What's color matter? Race doesn't matter. The Judah Empire clown, all these other people like that, Afrodamas. Now they're getting their head knocked upside their head, and then in South Africa, we're brothers. We're the same color. You know,
yeah, I mean, I peeped that too.
Everybody's a brother now that they want something, you know. The whole time they're sitting there talking about their tribe and their kingdom and all stuff like that. You know,
what's his name? Kidola comes up here and does that all the time, man.
You know,
Kidola, man. This tribe. Kidola can't.
People are saying, "Okay, our tribe over here." You know, now get the fuck
Kidola
out.
can't think beyond nation state, man. Got to be tribe.
Well, Kidola don't care about. He said, "We don't care about nation state. We care about our tribe." Okay. You know, don't get upset when you go to South Africa and they're saying the same thing, you know?
Oh, yeah. Damn, Kala.
Well, I know what I'm talking. Look, Zongo, I've been like I told you the other night, right, on the conference. I've been studying you Africans for a long time, man, you know? All about some bullshit, you know? You know,
so even if you have a group of, let's say you have a group of Nigerian nuclear scientists, will you allow them into Afghanistan?
Well, first of all, there's never going to be any Nigerian group of scientists. But they ask you a question, and they want to work on something with our scientists.
So you think they're gonna have fake degrees?
You can't say that, dog.
What do you think? You're gonna have fake degrees?
They have degrees. Yo, there's this guy on TikTok talking about the world needs Nigerians because we're the most educated people. Some guy can't even talk. You know, we're the most educated people. That's why they need us and whatnot. You know, some dusty ass Nigerians saying, "Dude, these guys are delusional, crazy."
You're gonna get Afghanistan invaded by Boko Haram. Talking like
Carla, man, you need a nuclear weapon to be able to defend your territorial boundaries.
Hold on. The most contested area right now in the world is the Islamic Republic of Iran, and then you got the Sahel. Yeah. Neither one of these motherfuckers got a nuclear weapon. So if they're surviving without nuclear weapon, I think we could do with that one too. You know,
Carla, you don't think if you have you don't think this rebels, man, the Islamic rebels, man.
Well, how though? First of all,
if they succeed from the Sahel, man, they can invade Afghanistan.
Hold on.
Invade Afghanistan, Carla.
Hold up, we're gonna have security forces, security checkpoints, and everything so fucking thorough, right? You don't invade the country. You don't even be here. Don't even be here friggin' illegally.
Carla, which country's gonna help you with security?
No, but the host country, you know. Suppose that, you know, the host country, you know.
Are you gonna go to the white man, Carla?
No, I don't go to the white man. The host country.
Carla, come on, man. You gonna go to China or the white man?
Are you gonna keep asking me dumb questions so I can drop it?
Man, Carla.
If I'm having a discussion,
man, Carla, Zongo, man,
Zongo, I take this thing about the African seriously. So if you're gonna put me a joke, I'll just drop it.
All right, man. All right, Carla.
Right? You know better. You know better. You know what you mean, stupid. This thing I'm talking about is our future about people. I'm the only one doing it. Life and death. You think it's a joke? It's like everything else. People think it's a joke until it happens.
Man, what's up with you? I mean, you just forgot humor, man. I was just trying to be humorous.
No. Yeah, you could joke about a lot of things. When we talk about nationhood, you talk about my people, you talk about our future. That's not funny.
That's not funny to you?
No.
All right,
you may take your culture and your people for a joke. You know, I'll clown on your people all day because that's what you guys like. But when it comes to my people and what I'm doing, hell no, I want that respect.
Man, Carla, you don't even have an Afghanistan, Carla. You don't even have an Afghanistan, man. Forget about what you're saying.
It's an Afghanistan got to be in the mind first, you know.
How long before you think you're gonna get the first 100 people that's dedicated?
Well, look. The bottom line is this: it's not bro. The main thing is this: people got to be organized and ready on this side first.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
How long before you get the first
people could do what they got to do and whatnot, you know. I'm saying like this. My whole thing is this, right? I've even designed financial products to sustain people when they get to the country, you know, that people could spend 5 years paying into, right?
God, what happened to infrastructure? I thought
about infrastructure. Zongo, shut up. You know, 5 years paying into this, right? So we come over, right? You're gonna have basic income. You're gonna have health care. If you're young enough, you'll have school fees. Also, you'll have rent subsidies. All that stuff like that is going to be on a thing, but you got to pay in for a good 7 years, right? It's just like insurance. You know, you pay in, and then it annuitizes, right? And then you get a payout. You know, you put 7 years in, right? And then you get payout every month, right? And then still the government, the state, and the host country will match that, right? For everybody coming there. So in other words, basically, I looked at the same model. Singapore had the same model, you know? Then we're going to have a national corporation. Forming as the territory that we get got to be incorporated, right? And then we're going to have a national corporation, right? A national corporation that basically owns all the infrastructure and businesses, the gas company, the power company, the waterworks, all that stuff like that, right? For a period of time, right? And then over a period of time, this council will basically give those things over to our own private investors to run it, who are approved. So everything's transparent. See how it works?
But I'm just asking about the first 100 people.
Well, the bottom line
is plan.
Bottom line is this: the main thing is getting the land and building the initial infrastructure. The people, it's going to be years, 5-10 years before people start actually coming over.
Before you get 100 people?
No. It's like this: you can get 100 people easy, but I'm saying like this: you got to have people settled. You got to have houses and stuff like that. I'm
talking about the first 100 that's going to actually help you build, like the foundation of your organization.
That would happen on this side.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
First of all, it would have to take this, right? What I'm gonna do is this: once I get it settled, right, the setting thing, right, and I said the House Smart the other night, right. What I want to do is I want to raise the money initially, right. I said, look, if I get 1,000 black people, right, 2 million black people, right, to over a year pay into a fund. $1,000, that's $1 billion, right? Therefore, when you do that, you have the initial funding for everything, the national corporation, all stuff like that, and even you could pay the host country taxes, because the host country is going to benefit because you're going to be generating tax revenue for them and housing, everything like that, services.
I don't believe it's going to materialize, Colin. I don't believe that.
Well, I don't. You don't care what you believe, Longo. We don't care.
It really wouldn't matter, because you're not even.
You're not one of us. So what do you?
You already got have a nation.
Man, come on, man. We just by that time I'll probably I'll get my 8-year citizenship. We're just gonna invade. We're just gonna invade Afghanistan. We're just gonna invade Afghanistan.
Go to the AES, right? They can use you over there.
We're gonna invade the Afghanistan. That's what we're gonna do.
Yeah. Like I said, these guys.
Since you don't want to preach unity. We're going to invade
look, we don't want no damn unity, All I want is our land. We build ourselves, man.
We're going to invade
20 years.
Take our property.
But Kyla, look, seriously, though. You talked about the 1,000 people giving 1,000. Before you get 1,000, you got to get 100. Like, in the Nation of Islam, before they set up a new mosque, they set up study groups. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah,
I'm saying Where is your core membership?
We want to have study groups and think tanks all across America, And
I'm with you, but you're not answering the question, though.
But I used to be part of his members, man, but he doesn't even respect me right now.
Because you don't respect the plan for black nationalism.
What type of law?
You know when I joined, King? You know when I joined?
Yeah, but you're not Zongo.
2015, almost 10 years now.
You got your own thing on your own land. This is for us, man, This is for people in the slave trade,
Kala, would you have something similar to the Palaku? I believe that's how you pronounce it. The Palaku codes of the Fulani, how they have things so organized and structured.
No.
Kala doesn't like the. Kala doesn't like the Fulani.
Modern nation, because we're gonna be dealing with the big boys. We're gonna deal with Korea. We're gonna deal with China.
Okay.
Well, I want to freaking Fulani. Get out of here.
What's wrong with it?
Because the bottom line is they don't got no power, These people ain't got no damn power,
But I'm talking about a moral. But you
I don't give a damn about no moral.
You want to take the
That's why when you think like that, I hate to say it's Afro theory. I got to leave our women at home.
Yeah, but Kala, how can you build a society? Kala, but how can you build an Afghanistan without the women, the building block of that society?
I'm bringing balance.
I'm telling the truth.
I'm bringing balance.
I already said like this. The only people I can communicate with this effectively are black men.
But the women gotta be there.
I don't know about that. I don't know what what they want to do, their long-term thing. But this we're gonna do. This is
Kala. The society. You need women to procreate babies.
Look, we're talking about nation building. When this country was founded, right? It was just nothing but men coming over here.
Yeah, but they came with their women too. They supported them.
The women came late. You know what a lot of white men did? They married Native American women, because there were no women coming from England.
But what I'm talking about is a moral code that's gonna be the foundation of the law.
What all the moral code there is. We know right from wrong, right?
Right.
I know right from wrong.
Right? Okay, I mean a value system. We need a value. You would need a value system.
If somebody has something like the Mayat, whatever, and I want to.
Gala, you can't let anything from the African culture in the West Coast.
Say like this. So it's like this. Look, Tango. When I learned about African, what not to do, the Africans gonna taught me a lot. Not to do,
Can you give us some example, Kala?
Look, I look at Ghana. I look at Nigeria right now. 62% poverty rate. The country has no electricity. Everybody got generators. You can hear the generators all over Liberia. So I'm saying to myself, this is not what not to do.
So, Carl, you're saying no women in the Africanistan?
No, I'm not gonna work.
Oh man, DK, so get what I'm saying, right?
It's just gonna be a bunch of dudes.
Tell them what I'm talking about. Hold on.
That's not gonna work.
King, I'm talking about the building, the planning, and all that stuff.
Even Elijah Muhammad had women, Carla.
Exactly, man.
Well, I won't.
Women hater.
I do not want to hear.
It's not gonna work, bro.
If I'm talking about nation building and nature, and I know you have to be people.
You need a council right now.
It's gonna be like an open air prison. Just a
bunch of dudes. You gonna enslave the African woman and procreate with them? Is that what you're gonna do?
Look, the bottom line is this: whatever women wants to come and be part of this, any black women, they're more than welcome.
There we go.
Would you allow the African? Would you allow African women to?
Look, my wife is African woman. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay.
I have no problem with African women.
With all the women that are entrepreneurs in Black America, it could be a woman that literally want to give you $100,000, and then
if women hold up, check this out, King. Women will have their chance to add and contribute. Everybody will have a role.
You got to work on your public relations.
Hold up. This pioneering thing.
His delivery is very bad.
This pioneering thing and stuff like that. No. Now, if they want to do stuff like the women get into the things like healthcare, women's issues, so yeah, that's fine.
Kala, how can you be an American and it sounds very authoritarian, man, in your ways, Kala?
Like for example,
you don't seem democratic to me. You don't seem democratic to me, Kyle.
Look, Democrat. Look, man. Democrat, man, get out of here with that shit, man.
Let's say a Black American woman here's Africanistan. Let's say Vivica A. Fox. She wants to give
like I said, hold on. Like I said, bro. Like, see what Vivica the Ice Cube, and he cowered and ran. He said, "Oh man, like Afro, she got you. You're mad at me right now. It won't work with that. Look, it's gonna happen regardless." So the bottom line is this: and because they asked him, "Were any women involved in this?" No, he put that together himself. And was that they made him abandon his thing? He got scared of these black women, right? And I'm telling him right off the bat, when I start negotiating, I'm going in next year. I start negotiating. If any luck, I might be there this year. If any luck, right? I could be.
Let me go for 1 minute and 30 seconds, bro. When you're talking about building a nation, so much of this has to do with humans and the way the human operates, bro. No. Let me just finish, man. Everything you say has to be thought through because your support has to come from people. It's no way you're gonna do all of this by yourself, bro. So what we're saying is you got to think about your delivery because you're going to turn a lot of people off that would be supporters that you actually need. Right. From your words.
Right. I get you. Right. My delivery is not the best, whatever like that.
Yeah, autocratic. Sound autocratic.
Look, I said on the outset, people understand something. When we talk about the pioneering force, the initial stuff like that, I know women aren't built for that. Women are good for after the fact.
But they are, bro. They are. You know,
I don't believe that.
Free from slavery, a woman.
Hold up. If that was the case, then why did they shoot down Ice Cube's plan?
That's one instance. Harriet Tubman was a woman, Tyler.
That's the many instances.
Fannie Lou Hamer was a woman. It's been plenty of women that did a lot in Black America.
She was a good woman. All she did was yell and scream. You know, she didn't build nothing.
Oh man, Carl.
You know,
Carl,
they was going head to head with the Klan, bro.
My whole thing is,
it would never happen.
My whole thing is this. I will basically say, when I say certain things about what needs to be done and whatnot, I know for a fact of the matter is that the sisters out there are not going to agree with this stuff. This is going to be tough. You know,
How can you say you're already writing off 50% of the community?
Well, it's simple. You know, it happens.
You can't do the society without a woman.
Afro theory. Hold on, Afro theory. Were there any women in there when America was founded in the Constitution?
They all had wives and mothers.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly.
Daughters.
Did you see any women at the signing of the Constitutional Declaration?
Carla, they were dead. The founding fathers.
Another thing is,
the founding fathers were born in America themselves. They were born in America.
What I'm saying is this: were there any women at the Declaration of Independence signing?
Carla,
Carla. But
some of the founding fathers were born in America.
You're not trying to replicate America.
Hold on. Were there any women around?
Carla, George Washington was born in America.
But because of men like you, they probably weren't.
Hold on. Was there any women around when the South surrendered to the North in the Civil War?
Oh wait, there was women played a very significant role in war, in every war.
Women served in the war.
Yes,
bro.
so don't go there.
What role?
Harriet Tubman was literally a spy for the
nurse.
Union, bro.
Okay, yeah, that's what I said.
Nurse.
You're making my point. Women have their roles.
Who also fought?
You could be but when it came down,
it was a black woman who
actually did. Harriet Tubman was not at no signing of the 13th.
Tyler, you don't have the courage to do what Harriet Tubman did.
No, neither was any black men.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. So don't talk down on Harriet Tubman. You don't have the courage
was a great
to do what Harriet Tubman
great
did.
warrior. But the bottom line is you said that she was involved in the Civil War. She was a spy, but she was not at the surrender of Robert E. Lee. She was not at
neither was you. What have you done?
I'm just saying. Look, bottom line.
What have you done?
Now hold on, because Kyla, bro, when you talk about a nation, who do you think is going to be in control of the education of the children, bro?
Well, it's like this, you know. Before we can talk about the education of children, right?
You have to think all of this out.
Check this out. Hold on. Can we get to the point where our women are actually having children again?
Oh my
Can
God.
we get to the point where the men are actually men and not weak and just sit on YouTube and talk and complain and talk about a fantasy world?
The women are not having children, right? And they're saying, you know something, I want to be a city girl forever. What can I do with that? You know,
Kyla, that's what I'm saying.
But that's not all black men.
Are not these women, bro?
Well,
girls trying to build
that the women are going to change overnight, and they're going to be.
They don't have to change. It's just like you consider yourself a decent person, right? There's plenty other decent people out here, bro.
Yeah,
like universal.
When they come along, we will add them on. You know,
no women like that wouldn't want to be a part of what you're building. Oh yeah, because it's chaotic.
When you go to the next best thing, we use African women.
You wouldn't deserve to have Black American women help you. With that mindset,
you know what happens? Is that we get with another race of women, Black women, and we start all over.
Another race.
No,
yeah, Carla, I think because you're not married to a Black American woman, you're willing to write them off.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Part of it, bro. That's
exactly what it is.
No, I'm not saying I'm right.
Oh, not really. Man, his mama and his granny.
No, that don't matter. No, that's an exception. Go build. Why don't you build Afghanistan with Liberian women?
Afro-Tyria. It doesn't matter even if I marry a white or black or whatever. I still respect my people from back home. You know?
Yes.
Nigga, it don't work like that. Bro, you owe your kid all the shit.
That's good for you.
A white woman and still be Black power. And
exactly.
Many people have done it before.
We don't. I don't care about.
We don't respect them.
Bands for none and none of them.
What about Dr. Umar's? What's his name?
You can't sleep white and.
What is Dr. Umar's? Dr. Umar's ancestor? What's his name?
Frederick Douglass.
Freddie Douglass.
He was half white.
Yeah, he was half white.
Yeah, but who's married to a white woman
he
himself?
rejected us going to Haiti and Africa, so we already know
He was half white.
So what about this guy?
But he did beat his slave master up, so we got
Zongo. It don't work. It don't work like that. Like y'all African presidents, having y'all African presidents push Pan-Africanism and then sleep white.
What's a Dumbaya in Guinea with his French?
What about Malcolm X? He's half white too, right?
Watch your mouth, man. Watch your mouth.
We don't trust black people who sleep white and preach black. We just don't trust it. It's not accepted.
So Frederick was so you guys going to sign Frederick Douglass off?
Frederick
Douglass 25% cold.
He cool. He
cool. So what about the Supreme Court Justice guy?
Ever.
That guy.
No,
for real?
Yeah. He don't like black people. He don't like black people.
Clarence?
Yeah, we don't trust them.
What about Thomas Sowell? Thomas Sowell?
No.
Yeah, I don't fuck with Kwame Nkrumah. That clown, Kwame the Clown Nkrumah.
No, I fuck with him. I just don't fuck with him marrying an Egyptian. Everything else was
I don't fuck with him at all.
Man, come on, what's up with Kirby Kirkman? Never did anything bad to you though.
He didn't do
how do you preach Pan-Africanism and unity of African people and then go marry a white Arab woman?
Hold on. That's why I say, right? This is what I'm saying. Give me a second, right?
Kwame Nkrumah was not just
Africa.
He had black women too. You know,
he just talked a good game. He just talked a good game. He didn't
I heard even had a secret South African woman himself. You know,
a secret. He kept the black woman a secret. Huh?
Let me say this.
This is why
in Africa they don't have, even though somebody could be a Pan-Africanist, but they don't see color and race because they didn't come up in this culture in America. So
no, but it's not that. It's just you have some people that's in certain ideologies that are fake, and some people that are real. The real Pan-Africans.
I think Kwame Nkrumah is real, but he's not a product of American culture. You know.
Now he came from the time where they still looked at North Africans and them Arabs as kinsmen when it was never the case. They wanted to be with Nasser and Anwar Sadat and all of them.
Yeah, that's true.
And those people.
I heard that it was Nasser that gifted that girl to Nkrumah. She was.
Yeah,
he was searching for a white.
But the thing is that she didn't come from nobility though.
Nah, he was looking for a white woman, man. He was
stupidest shit he ever did, man.
Yeah, he was a clown, man.
Because now all his grandkids now, like one of his I saw one of his grandkids, man.
He looked white.
Yeah.
Oh, just like Muhammad Ali's grandkids.
That shit is crazy.
Muhammad Ali's grandson looked like an Italian kid.
Yeah. I tell you watch Aisha Speed's his when he was in Ghana, like the one there, like his daughter and the grandkid.
His daughter married a white. His daughter married a white man, and now his grandson's like damn near white.
Exactly.
I saw a video with him. You should have seen the comments. Ghanaian was like, "Our future leader." Oh my god,
this is what I'm trying to avoid. We're gonna protect our bloodlines, you know. Interracial marriage is gonna be fun.
Oh, DK, you saw that video, right? I'm like, man, they're clowns, man.
They're like, oh, he's our future president. I'm like, what the fuck?
Me myself, when I saw that, I'm like, oh man.
You're a fucking clown, right?
I saw one of his grandkids, man. That dude looked like a fucking Egyptian, man.
You know?
That dude looked like Chico DeBarge. I was like,
yeah,
white as hell.
You can say he's talking about he's a Pan-African, he sleeps white. You ain't no Pan-African, you fool, you know? That's the thing about anybody can call themselves Pan-Africans, you know?
I mean, anybody can call themselves anything. You call yourself Democrat, Republican, Pan-African, Black nationalists.
Why you have issues with Pan-Africanism, though, Carla? I mean,
because people that have invaded Pan-African, like 1776 just now, talking about Pan-Africanists now, and they've hijacked it, And you got people like O'Shea Jackson just jumped in. I'm a Pan Africanist. Anybody can call himself a Pan Africanist.
It's O'Shea Pan African. I thought O'Shea is an FBA supremacist.
No, he was a fucking. He came in when he went to Uganda as a so-called.
I heard he's in Kenya now. He's in Kenya now.
Whatever he's at, he went there as a so-called Pan Africanist.
Oh,
you know. So the bottom line is he fucked up. You know, he's not a Pan African. He's not like that. Whatever that means anymore. You know, I don't even know what it means. I'm a black nationalist, right?
But is there a way where the Africans and the followers of Afghanistan can come to a sort of a consensus where we can cooperate and work together?
So look, how about this? The big thing is this, right? If you guys, anybody that comes to us, right? You come with your passport, right, and a return ticket. You know, flight ticket. Right? Right? Don't get too comfortable, right? Come. We would love to have you, right? But at a certain amount of time, man, we're gonna be like, yo,
we can't overstay our visas, otherwise we'll be treated like South Africans.
Don't do that. You know,
for real?
Don't do that. You know, don't do that. You know, that you got to create order. Man. You know, you got to have that. You know.
Oh, so you don't champion the borderless Africa? You don't believe in that shit?
Crazy.
So it'll be like Orania, like no black people can go and live there.
Damn, God, man.
No, my point is this: you gotta say something. When you let people into your country, right? You understand that they need housing, they need food, they need medical care, health care, stuff like that. That costs. You know, that costs.
Oh, yeah.
If they get in trouble, right? That's a restraint on the police department.
Oh,
and they cause a fire as a restraint. There's a lot to it when you talk about bringing immigrants in your country. You know,
Kala, I used to go to maintain a relationship with your American heritage, like your people, your massa from America.
No, because I said, look, we're going to become something new. There's gonna be no more African American. You know, whatever we name the country, that's what we're going to be, you know? No more.
The crazy part about all of this is a nation for Black Americans is a beautiful plan, but in order for it to happen properly, things have to work properly, and it starts with what you're saying.
Oh, no, thanks, Sherlock. Thanks, Sherlock Holmes.
I want to know what else do you not like? What other plans are you have?
Look, I told you, look, you could easily, King. Yeah, you could easily reach out to me. Like Dave calls me all the time. If you want to call me during the day or whatever, like night and evening, and I'll go over everything. Which I can't say everything on the air.
What can't you say on the air? We're not in any position to go to war with nobody. So what can't you say?
No. There's things I want not that's sensitive. I don't want to say. No, it's only privy to people I think are serious. You know, I'm like,
Kyla, what happened to the GoPro videos? We gave you the money for the camera and never got the video.
Okay, hold on. I went over there. I put some videos up, right? But I'm saying my point I'm trying to make is this. You know, Nigeria is one thing.
Did you embezzle this money again, Kyla?
No, I got a GoPro. Hustle Smart sent it to me. I got the GoPro camera when I, you know. But the thing is, though, let me tell you something about cameras. You go like this, right? Africans are getting very sensitive when you go. Like this guy in Kenya was carrying out a camera and he got arrested, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's some reason Africans do not like being recorded, you know? So you got to be careful of that when you carry a camera around in Africa. You know, it is what it is, you know? You can't just pull a camera out because people are watching you.
But
Calabar, also, if you go by anytime, just say a police is riding by, you don't see him. If that police sees you and with that camera in your hand, he's going to stop you and make you a race with, I don't know what the heck that's all about, right? That they don't like being recorded, whatever like that. And I know by government buildings, you're not allowed to have camera. It's a lot to it. You can get yourself in a lot of trouble, in particular in Liberia, by carrying a camera out. I couldn't do a whole lot. You know, I went to the J.J. Roberts Monument, and I went to Province Island, only two places I really. And I took some pictures of the nightlife, but nobody saw me in a car with my camera, so they couldn't see it. So I did a lot of nightlife photography. You know,
should have just showed us the market.
Ain't nothing really the look. You don't want to look. Like I said, you don't want to take a camera to the market. You don't want to do that. You know, you go to Africa, you understand what I'm talking about. You go to the camera with a market in your face, whatnot. The market lady's gonna say something. You know, get that fucking thing out of my face. You know, that's how it is. It's not like that. People have this old idea that now what happens is this: if you do that, you got to come out with some money out of your pocket, right? Oh, you ask them, can I film you doing this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying for content.
Man, I'm not going through
just
all
showing
that
people this is what you pay in America. This is what you can get.
So it's like look, man. You know, my first and second time going there, that's fine. You know, I've been there so many times and whatnot, man. It's just old, man. You know,
Colin, you're not understanding what I'm saying. You are supposed to be building a movement, brother.
Right.
So the videos you put out are not for you.
What else?
For the people that
have you gone to my channel and watched the videos I did put up?
No.
Yeah, we watched them, but you need more videos because you've been in Liberia a while. You got to show us more content of what's there.
What videos did you watch?
Yeah, Colin, man, I don't know why he never did that. And even the video he posted, he muted the comment section. We can't even comment.
I didn't mute that. You know, I don't know how that got muted. You know, I put videos up, whatnot. You know, you comment. You know, I put videos up on TikTok. You know, you comment on them, whatnot. You know, I got many of them that I haven't posted yet. You know, I got a few of them I haven't posted yet. You know. So it is what it is, you know. So it is what it is. Now, when I go to the continent, Angola next year, because I'm going to hire a cameraman to follow me around, you know. And
you got to show some content of Luanda.
I'm gonna get really permission, right? Permission and clearance to do this. You know, you got to get permission and clearance if you're a foreign national and you're taking photography in a country. You guys,
man, that's not true, Carla.
Yeah, I'm listening, but I'm like, I see videos in Africa all the time. People going through the market.
What you see is people driving in their car and stuff like that, right? You don't see people necessarily.
No, you see people walking through the market, bro. There's plenty.
Man, you see Austin Holloman, man. He did the same thing.
Austin Holloman got a lot of trouble for his videos when you know.
Yeah, but it has nothing. Come on, man. It was not about videos about girls and whatever. It's a different thing.
He got a lot of trouble with that shit, you know.
Carla, why you always have excuses, man? Carla, man.
Excuses for what, you know? Excuses for what, you know? So
if you don't know how to operate technology, I mean that's okay. You know, just be honest with us that way. I don't know how to use a camera. That's fine.
I got recruiting, you know. So
next time you got the camera now, so you don't got to raise no more money for that. But you just gotta.
I got a camera.
I'm saying next time, if you would have said donations for the camera and the cameraman, then.
Well, yeah. Well, the whole thing is this. You know, I had a driver and stuff like that. Yeah, this and the other thing, but. You know, you can't do but so much. You got because the way the GoPro is, right? You got to have internet. You know, you don't have that over there. It's useless if you don't. You got to be on internet. In Africa, you don't have. See, people come in America, you got unlimited data on your phone, right? Throw on the GoPro, you got the Wi-Fi like this. In Africa, it's not like that, right? You got data, right? You buy the data, it's only gonna last you for a few hours. You got to buy it again.
Yeah, that's true.
Next time I guess you need a whole production team. Whatever it takes to get the content done, you have to do that if you're trying to build them.
Yeah, so it's like this. And also, I was like, you know, the bottom line, when I first started years ago, there wasn't a lot of content on Liberia. Now there's so much content online about Liberia. I don't really feel like I do like that. I'm ready for another country. You know? That's what I'm saying. I'm looking at Angola next year. And the areas that I'm going to go to and stuff like that, the areas I'm going to go to and say that I want to build that, I can show y'all right now what I'm talking about. You know, if y'all want to see it.
When do you set on a place? Because somebody that's been listening to you for the past 3 years is going to be like, well, first.
Well, how about this?
Now you saying Angola.
Have you gone to my website?
Yeah, I can go to it right now.
You know what I'm saying? If you haven't gone to my website and looked at some of our proposals for land development, like that, what can you say? I put out there. The website thing is on the bottom right there. You can go there and look up that different groups in there and everything like that. You could join.
That old website, Carla, man.
Well, the bottom line, it's still there. It's still got information. So, with bottom line, all the stuff I talk about, people ask me stupid questions. They can just go to the website and find out themselves. Is that black people don't like to read? You know?
Nah, man. The
But
website.
really, most black people do not like to read.
No, that's not true. They don't know about the website. Come on, Carla.
Most black people do not like to read.
No, it's not readily accessible. If you're on your show every day promoting your website, people will
Say, look, hold on. You see my website is scrolling on the bottom of the screen right there. The ticket.
You need to just buy the domain BAIO.com.
It's a BAIO Afrikstan
5.n. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Unless you can just click on that, nobody's gonna remember that, Carla.
BAIO.com.
Also, you need a team. You need a team bad, bro.
Hold on. I have an app for it too, but I gotta renew the app. I had an app for it too on Google.
Oh yeah, if you Google
I had an app for it too, but I gotta renew the contract. I had an app for it.
You got to get some young people on your side, man.
So it is what it is. So, and the bottom line is this: what this does is it takes time, whatever like that. I'm doing this all by myself. You don't see me talk about collar.
What?
When I talk, I say, look, you got. I watch people. They say I'm doing something monument, right? And I notice I gotta do this myself because
you should ask Bomani for help with the camera thing.
Yeah, but kind of why is he saying that Jonathan Hill is the one I should contact on the BIO website?
Jonathan Hill, what are you talking about? Jonathan Hill is long gone. I don't know where he's at right now. I think he's in Idaho or something.
Oh, okay, that's a different website, probably.
Right now. So, but the bottom line is this: it is what it is. It is what it is. I put it out there. Stuff like that. People like this, something along. People got to start biting. Like I said, maybe like I said, there's some people going to Liberia, but
I got to change your bait. That's what you got to do.
Hold on.
The fish ain't biting because you got the wrong bait. Oh no!
I took a big tour group there.
How many were African Americans?
20.
You trying to go there? You gonna take one to Angola?
I brought this first commercial tour group to Liberia 2 years ago.
Carla, why are you taking credit for something Bomani did, Carla?
Well, the bottom line is this: that was not Bomani, that was me. I put that together.
Carla always want to be
about that teamwork, make the dream. All I'm saying is, bro,
I put that together. Also, we had a business conference which was successful, right? We had a fashion show, business conference, and whatnot, successful. And out of that business conference came the Liberian Tourism Association and whatnot. I gave the keynote speech at that thing, and basically I had the place standing on their feet. That speech I gave, I gave the place. This place was a rousing ovation. I told them it's time for us to unite, whatever like that. We're coming. We're coming across this continent. We're building. I just said, look, we're coming. We're coming. We're gonna change Africa forever and whatnot. We're here, and this is just the beginning. And 2 years later, now there's freaking
Carla. It says it's been 148,547 days
since slavery.
That's like 406 years.
The Zangabanga. It's the bottom line is this, right? I know what needs to be done, whatever like that, and I'm doing it, right? And I know, I'm like Thanos, right? He said, if they were Thanos saying in the Age of Ultron, he said, fine.
Thanos lose in the end.
He said, it doesn't matter. It's a spirit. He said, fine. He said, fine, I'll do it myself. In other words, basically, I came to the conclusion, right? This shit I gotta do myself. I can't rely on nobody else.
You're not building a nation by yourself.
No, I gotta do this. I gotta do this myself, man, because I know most black men are scary ass.
Come on, no one's scared.
That's your setback, like your your limits. You know, you want to do everything by yourself. You want to be the face of everything. You know, you can't do everything by yourself, Carla.
Yeah, I don't even watch that. Thanos is decisively defeated in Avengers Endgame. He is killed.
Well, the bottom line is, hey, look. I like the spirit of it. He won in the Infinity War, didn't he?
And then he lost in the next one.
So anyway, we won the Infinity game. But the bottom line is this. The main thing is this. If you want something, you got to do it. The hardest choices require the strongest wills.
And this is hard, right, with you, because really, I heard you. It was probably about 3 shows back. I heard you saying some very vehement things about the Republic of New Africa, and I'm like, Colin, you think you put in more work than those people, bro? You think you put in more work than Chokwe Lumumba and Robert Williams, bro?
Check this out. And tell you that, the Republic. I love those brothers from New Africa, right? But they ain't got a prayer, right? They ain't got a chance, you know.
We have a better chance of building a nation in the South than we do in Africa, bro.
Hold up, you have no space or anything, right? When I'm done, when I'm
120 acres in Mississippi. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hold up. When I'm done, we'll have land and territory.
Okay, let's compare. Let's really have
let's
conversation.
You're gonna have
logistics. How much land? Now let's answer this, Colin. How much land do y'all have in Africa right now? Hold up, Zongo, you gotta mute yourself, bro.
It's 60. The Republic of New Africa started in 66.
68.
66. You know? 68. So the bottom line is it's 60.
They declared independence in 68.
So what are you independent from? Let me ask you a question. What are you independent from?
The Declaration of Independence was to put the idea in the people's mind. Same as the provisional government. We're not independent of anything. We're still American citizens.
Do you guys control the water systems that you guys use?
We are still American citizens, Scholar. Same way like African don't control nothing.
How you be American citizens and be independent at the same time? I don't get it.
We are, because that's what a separation movement is. Same way Azawad are Malian citizens. Same way Western Sahara or Morocco citizens.
Okay,
so Africa is not true.
In other words, can you point to on a map where it is where you guys have a stronghold?
We already concentrated in the Black Belt. It's Black.
Okay, all right. Now. Hold on. We know you're concentrated there. You know, you're concentrating there. But I'm saying, where the hell that you?
We don't have any self-sufficient communities, and we don't have any in Africa.
So you don't have no self after 60 years.
Okay, do we have any in Africa?
Oh yeah, we got Liberia still.
No, we don't. We don't have Liberia,
right? You know,
the Americo-Liberians ain't even got Liberia. You make a show.
They ain't got Liberia.
But what I'm saying, hold up. What I'm saying is this: in America, I would just like to know, because I joined you, man. Do you have any territory here? You have a military?
No, you have to build it. Same way you would have to build it in
Africa. So 60 years later, you don't have any military.
No, we do have. Let's talk. Okay, let's compare. Because I'll let you go. What we do have is numerous Black American vets that agree that we should have a nation that are not gonna go to Africa. They're gonna stay right here.
Okay, yeah. These
let me keep going, Kyler. What we do have is family in the South that still owns land. My family owns 120 acres in Mississippi. I'm not the only people, and I don't come from a wealthy family, so I know it's other Black families that own way more land like that in the South. How much land do we own right now in Africa?
In these lands, were they able to build any municipalities?
We still have to build it. We don't have any self-sufficient communities, like I said.
So the Republic of New Africa, do they have any municipalities?
No. Does Afghanistan have any?
No, we're not there yet. I know Afghanistan don't exist.
Okay, then.
But you're on the land and you don't have any municipalities.
Which means we're in a better position here than building one in Afghanistan.
All right.
Let's compare, bro. Logistics-wise. How you even gonna get all the people to Afghanistan and we don't have no airplanes or no airlines?
You guys are basically Captain America Negroes.
No, we're separatists and Black nationalists.
You guys
same as Malcolm X.
It's like you guys are Captain America Negroes.
Same as Mario Bedelli and everybody's everybody that came before us.
You guys are Captain America Negroes, whatnot. When I say Captain
you don't think you could speak to some of those people and get them to join your Africanistan movement?
When Captain America throws his
Black separatists, you don't think you could speak to
I'm
them?
like this. Those who are so in love with America, let them stay here, man. I wish them the best of luck, man. You know, they want to stay in America. Hey, look. Sometimes, man, that's probably the best place for a lot of Negroes, right? Because Africa is not going to be for the weak, man. You know, it's not going to be for the weak. You know, I'm ready. You know,
being weak or strong. It's a
I'm
matter
prepared.
of
I'm prepared. You know,
people see what's going on in Nigeria and South Africa, and they say, "Man, we might well just deal with the white man.
Yeah,
We're gonna fight."
But you know, those are only one country, two countries, right? You know, the continent.
No, it's numerous. You got slavery in Morocco and Mauritania. You got anti-black racism in Algeria.
So
you got
what about
terrorism in Nigeria and all through the Sahel?
Earlier in the show, you got 70 black in the South, right?
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what are you going to do about those 70 suspicious hangings in the South?
We're going to have to start militias, and then when we separate, we're going to have to turn the militias into military.
What are you waiting for?
Waiting on anything. I got guns.
60 years,
in
man.
Texas.
They did that right under y'all.
Kyla, I'm younger than you. You should have been doing my work than me. What was you doing?
How
many white people have you killed?
What have you done?
How many white people have you killed?
Hold up, King.
None.
King. My whole thing is this, right? You've been out here all these years, right? And right
been out here longer.
Right under y'all noses, right? 70 suspicious hangings of black people, you know?
That happened when you was alive.
No, happened you, man.
No, I was born in 1991.
No.
Alive and breathing.
No, that 70 since 2000.
Bro, okay, what have you been? You've been here that whole time.
No. So if you got 70 hanging, you got 2 young black boys that they found shot to death in Georgia, in the deep South. That's what you call New Africa. What are you gonna do about it?
South too. You're in the state where slavery started, sir.
But I'm saying like this: you're calling this your homeland,
bro. How you gonna let this happen on your own territory? That was brought here.
Look, how you gonna let this happen on your own thing? You got 2 boys that were found shot to death.
Kyla, how many white people have you killed?
I ain't killed nobody.
Okay, Colin, and all that shit happened, and you don't even own an AR-15. You haven't shot your gun in 10 years.
That was gonna make a difference, right? Yeah. Let me ask you something, King.
It'll make a difference.
Do you guys have AR-15s?
I do.
Everything in Texas, bro.
Yeah, hold up. King, do you have it? Do you and your group have AR-15s?
I got a 9. On my own people I know definitely, but I got 9.
Okay, so nobody got AR-15s.
People got ARs, bro. People got ARs.
How you gonna be a government and you ain't got no machine guns?
Well, Kelly, you're the head of Africanistan. How you not have an AR-15?
Trust me, I have more than an AR-15 when I get over there. Trust me. We're gonna have real weapons and whatnot, and I can get them too. Those are.
You ever shot AK, Kala? You haven't shot your pistol in 10 years, man? Come on.
Yeah, well, whatever, whatever, DK. It doesn't matter. The main thing is the fact that matters.
We're gonna go over to Africa with flowers.
With DK,
give a general butt naked.
I fuck with you, Kyla, but you be throwing rocks in a glass house, bro.
Get caught with a fucking gun in Liberia. See what they do to you.
That's what we telling you. So we might as well stay here.
No, what I'm saying is this though. In our territory, we're gonna have guns.
No, you don't have an Afghanistan immediately. You go through the nation that you get the land for.
We're going to control the land with guns, So what's that?
So you think Angola is just going to let you have guns?
Oh, yeah, they are, So bottom line is this. You scary Negroes, stay right here in America.
It's not scary, Colin. We say you got having a plan. Having a plan.
If you're scared, say you're scared, man, I mean, you got people dying in fucking 70 freaking confirmed unhinged hangings and whatnot,
And you was here that whole time.
That would be
happened. You were alive when that happened, Colin. You were alive.
Hold up.
I wasn't alive when that was going on.
2000 and 2026, right? That's your era, bro.
You know how old I was in 2000, Colin?
Yeah, so it doesn't matter.
Nine. You know how old you were? Like 30, bro.
Don't make any excuses, man. Come on, man.
How many people have you hold me to the same standard you hold yourself to? How many white people?
No, what I'm saying, but hold on, but I'm not going around saying that the South was my territory and I got control over it. You know,
we never said we have control. We never said that.
You say, look, you said that in since 1966. You guys could declare yourself the Republic of New Africa.
In 1968, a group of black national. No, 1968.
So you guys declared yourself a republic.
They declared themselves a republic. That is a plan.
But in that time period, right? In that time period, you had the Atlanta child murders.
No, in that time, you know what happened directly after that? Robert Williams was exiled. First president of the Republic of New Africa. Mario Badeli was sentenced to 11 years for shooting cops, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. The people that would talk about building this nation went to war.
How you get exiled in your own land, man? How's that happen?
No, Robert Williams, he was exiled way in China, brother.
Yeah, but how did if America is his land, right? He's indigenous, right?
Because if he came back, he was immediately put up on charges, fam. You supposed to
how can another people charge you in your own land?
How can another people enslave us, genius?
Yeah.
Bro, what are you talking about, Colin? You start conflating history.
So in other words, basically, you tell me we got this Republic of New Africa, else like that, but you saying the white man could just come and grab my ass up anyway?
The white man grabs you before Republic of New Africa was formed.
Yeah, but I know even after nothing changed, right?
No, bro. A movement is for people to join. They gave us a plan. It's on us to build the nation. What you're trying to do is reinvent the wheel.
Hold on. So did anybody join? Do you got any numbers?
Betty Shabazz joined. It's more people in Republic of New Africa, and there's a conscious New Africans than they are Africastanis or whatever y'all gonna call it.
All right, whatever.
Let's be real. You said Zango said he been down since 2015. What have you done since 2015?
We own our churches. And, like I said, people, if y'all think y'all gonna take the South over and America over, hey, I wish you a lot of luck. Go for it, man.
Colin, you're gonna end up just being a Liberian nationalist.
Just go for it, man. Go for it, man.
You're going to give up on black nationalism and just live your life with your wife in Liberia, bro.
I know you think that'd be funny, man, but I'm just saying, man.
No, I'm dead serious. You gonna give up on black nationalism, but you're just gonna end up being a Liberian nationalist.
Do you think which do you think is easier, getting a land here in America or getting land in Africa?
You ain't getting no land. Look, let me tell you something. Have you ever heard of the Monroe Doctrine?
That's a plan.
Monroe Doctrine says any provocation anywhere in this hemisphere. Why do you think you had Ruby Ridge, you had Waco, and stuff like that? America will destroy anything in this hemisphere. Even friggin' what happened in Grenada.
Monroe Doctrine is outdated.
That sounds like you're scared, bro.
I'm saying like this. Why waste your time and think? Look what they did in 1915.
Because I'd rather go to war with a white man that enslaved me versus my brothers in Africa, which I know I'm going to have to do if I get a nation.
Grenada, Haiti, Mexico, Venezuela, and all these other countries take their shit. They went over there and grabbed the president of Venezuela.
Colin, let me tell you something. Monroe Doctrine is outdated. They have aircraft carriers.
But hold on.
They can go anywhere in the world, including Africa. They can go to Africa. They can grab your ass in Africa.
They call it the Donroe Doctrine because Donald Trump came, swooped the Venezuelan president up and put him on trial with that, So I'm saying, man, if they could do all that, man, what the hell chance you got? And they're in their own countries, man. How you going to grab land inside of America? Come on, man.
How are you even going to get people to Afghanistan with no airline or aircraft?
Oh, bottom line, we'll get them there. We'll get them there.
We got a better chance of getting
You got to keep thinking that, right? You keep thinking that. Actually, to tell you the truth, what seems like the most difficult is often the most easy, Because the simple black mind is, let's just stay in America and blah, 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 because it's easier. The white man always gives you a path to easy and comfort.
Ain't nothing easy about Bro. What we're saying is we see the problems.
Well, I know, but hold on.
We rather deal with the problems that we used to.
That the people who talk like you are lazy. You know, they don't want the. They want the white man.
How, bro? The people that started the organization was more.
I asked you.
They was more prominent than you. Chokwe Lumumba and Robert Obadele was lawyers.
The fact of the matter is, what can you do without the white man? And you can't tell me, you know.
Carla, what can you do without the white to get to Africa?
To
get to Africa, who gave you your passport? Who took you to Africa on their plane?
At least I believe that our people are capable of doing it. You don't believe that?
No, I believe we're capable of doing it right here.
No, you believe that the white man is capable of providing for you.
How is he going to provide for us in our own?
Because the bottom line is you don't control nothing. 60 years, y'all got nothing to show for it.
What do we control in Africa?
We control a lot in Africa, you know. You got people building communities.
Like what?
You got Black Americans building communities like a Sabo, Bomani's community. You got all kinds of communities up in Ghana.
It's more Black Americans doing that here than it is in Africa, bro. Let's be real.
I know that, but the bottom line is those Black people who
a Sabo's a joke.
Bro, my guy Chris Brazen that was in the chat room earlier, he's got a community there in Tanzania. These people going in there building.
It's my homie just opened up a bookstore in Detroit, bro. There's plenty of people building right here in America.
Yeah, let them build right in America. I'm not interested in building in America.
That's fine.
I'm not.
When you bring these critiques, just know people got other critiques for you and your plan also.
I'm not
throwing rocks in a glass house.
I'll tell you in a minute. Most of y'all are Captain American Negroes. Y'all just build in America.
You a Captain Liberia Negro.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all are Captain American Negroes and whatnot, you know. Y'all building America, man. Have some apple pie. Have some what else y'all eat over here and whatnot? Some fried chicken and cornbread.
Yeah, black shit.
You know? Yeah. Fried chicken and cornbread and whatnot. And
see, you really just hate the South. That's really what it is, bro.
Hell, South.
Nah, he hates the South and he hates
you ain't make no friends down here. That's really what it is, bro. Like you just got this name. That's that New York shit, bro. Like y'all think y'all smarter than everybody, bro, but y'all can't shoot.
But Colin, isn't the AES a version of Africanistan? Isn't it AES? Well, the closest thing to Africanistan.
It's called Africanistan, not Africanistan, fool. You know,
and that's another thing. Just the name alone ain't gonna resonate with black people.
Okay. With a K, you know what K stands for? K is the 11th. K is with a K. Africa with a K is the 11th letter alphabet. You know what 11 is, bro? 11 means
knowledge.
Deuteronomy 11, like the Hebrew Israelites. Deuteronomy 11 in the Bible. You know what that says?
See, that ain't even African.
Hold on. It says that if you obey the Lord's commandments, right, I will bless the children of God with a land of their own. That's Deuteronomy.
That's why that shit ain't gonna never work. You trying to bring some foreign religion in Africa. That shit ain't gonna work.
You're trying to God's not gonna bless you because you don't want a land of your own.
You a Captain Jesus nigga, man.
No. You guys will never have anything.
You guys will
basically will never have nothing because you don't want God to bless you with your own land.
Nah, we don't believe in your God. That's what it is. It's like you still worship the God of the white man that was given to us.
The bottom line is this: look, if the bottom line is at least it says that my people deserve the land of their own. I'll believe in anything that tells me that.
No, the Bible don't say that, bro. You made that shit up.
You know what I'm saying? The Bible, Deuteronomy 11. Says, I shall bless thee with a land of thy own.
But they was not talking to you, bro.
You know?
They was talking to the Israelites, and we ain't no Israelites.
Yeah, well, where are the Israelites? We're the Hebrew Israelites. We are the Israelites, man. You guys don't know. You rebels and heathens will never understand that, you know?
I'm a pagan. I'm Bambata. I ain't no fucking Hebrew Israelite.
You guys are pagan worship of the white man.
No, we pagan worshippers of our ancestors, man.
No, they ain't worshiping the ancestors, you know.
The ancestors.
Because you working in the white man, you know.
The Mississippi cotton picking, Louisiana sugar cane ancestors.
So they went high in life, right?
They did.
No, they went high in life. Okay.
You don't think it's possible for 40 million Black Americans if all of them?
I never said I want DK. I don't want no 40.
Let me finish, man. If they move and concentrate to like 2 or 3 states, then you have a majority.
He's not talking about them coming to you. He's talking about us doing something here.
4 million Negroes or not. I only want a certain amount.
See what I'm saying, Colin? You're not even listening to him to understand what he's saying. You just rebuttaling something that don't got nothing to do with what he just said.
Go ahead, DK.
So there's 40 million Black Americans. If they move to 2 or 3 states in the South, they could get a majority.
No. Hold on. Don't you think the white man and Negroes, like the new thought of that, they all working together? The bottom line is this:
what?
White man.
Wait, Colin, time out. You can't make claims like that, bro.
All right, let me say this, right? Let me say this. That's the truth, right? But did they know?
You can disagree, but you can't just call a whole group agents and COINTELPRO and say they working with the white man, bro.
Hold on. Let me say this really carefully, right? The white man knows. You look, Utah only has 1 million people. Black people can take all that too. Why has that happened?
Why the fuck would we go to Utah?
White people know that white man knows that he controls everything Black people do with jobs and opportunity. There's no opportunity. So that's why there's never going to be no bum rush of Black people out to Wyoming and Utah and all these other places like that, you know?
No, it's that, bro. Do you not understand Black people? We're never going to Wyoming and Utah because we're not going to freeze our ass off. If we go anywhere, it will be to the South.
And you don't have enough Black people moving to the South to take a majority. Black people are only 30% of the population of Mississippi. Same thing in Alabama. It ain't that
Mississippi is only 3 million people, bro. We could take that over in a night.
Why haven't you then?
Because we don't have an organization that's politically educating our people behind this idea.
So could it be that when people look at you guys and whatnot, and they're like, "Nah, I think I'm gonna go in the other direction"?
No, because 87% of our people vote Democrats, so that's don't.
They look at y'all and say, "Yo, bump that, man. I ain't going down there, man. Them Negroes down there in Mississippi."
Well, okay, you can say that, but you got to say that for the Republicans, the left, and every other organization that ain't Democrats.
Black people are not interested in being.
Black people follow Democrats. That's the only thing we do in mass.
No, but yo, Miss Smith is coming at me tonight, man. Calls a whole white man. Goddamn, man. Females out here tonight, man. They getting brand new.
Because you be saying bullshit and we be letting you get away with it, bro. But tonight ain't that night. You throwing rocks in the glass house.
What you focused on is why you can't. There's 45 million Black people in America. How come y'all gotta have it taken over the state of Mississippi yet?
I guarantee you, in 5 years, Kyla, we'll have more with the Republic of New Africa than you will have with Africa.
I've been hearing about that.
You want to place let's place $100 wager on it.
Yeah, $100. I bet, right?
5 years. 5 years. So what's the date? What's the date? May 5th.
Check this out.
May 5th, 2031.
You guys talk about how you gonna rise up. And
you ain't been hearing me. You ain't been hearing me.
Rise up. They're gonna take over the South.
Zonko said he been down with your plan since 2015.
Yo, y'all saying that during the Million Man March.
You've been talking Afghanistan for 11 years.
Yeah. Well, I'm just talking. Y'all said y'all had a plan, you know.
So that means they have more done behind their ideas than you have behind yours.
Yeah, nothing done. The bottom line is you're telling me Mississippi is only 3 million people and Black people can't take that shit over, man. Come on.
We can and we will.
Okay, man. I like how I said whatever. DK, you believe Black people can take over Mississippi?
Why not? If they just move there, there's only 3 million people.
You think
they're already 30% of the population?
Check this out. That's the key thing
in Mississippi.
It's just like you saying, you know something? Can you get rich? Yeah. If I open a lemonade stand, I can get rich. Why you get rich? Well, if I had 1 million people lined up to buy my lemonade every day, I could. Yeah, of course. If that happened, but it doesn't happen. Just like there's never going to be enough Black people going to Mississippi. It ain't going to happen.
And the same thing can be said for Afghanistan. It's all on the bill.
Well, I'm gonna give it a try.
We all can make claims.
Look, I'm gonna give it a try though, man. You know, like I said, this is something I gotta do myself. You know,
you can't build a nation by yourself.
I'm saying, well, I'm gonna start it off. You know?
Look, I'm gonna give it a try.
No, the bottom line is, I'm watching you guys. All these years,
you gotta echo.
All these years, all I wanted was a couple of Negroes to do what you say, take over one of those states, make it Black. You know,
we take it over, we'll still welcome you.
Y'all been saying that since I was in diapers. They were saying that since I was in diapers. Negroes, the whole thing is what you gonna do. Negroes with that, what I'm gonna do. And I'm like, man, come on, man. I got a PhD in Negroology, right? There's nothing about the Negro that I have not known and don't know. And a Negro will tell you everything, you know?
Logistics wise, it's just easier to say 2 million Black Americans moving to Mississippi versus, let's say, 10,000 Black Americans moving to one location in Africa.
We'll see. I don't know. I think Mississippi actually is losing Black people, you know?
Nah.
Ain't nobody moving to that miserable state.
Nah, we finna take it over, bro.
Yeah, you're not taking over nothing, man. Come on, let's stop it.
We're taking it over, huh?
You ain't taking over nothing, man. You know it. I don't mean to get your spirits down, King, man.
You can't get my spirits down, Kyle. That's the difference between me and you. I'm not gonna give up on Pan-Africanism because I'm a real Pan-African, bro. I'm not gonna give up on Black nationalism because I'm a real Black nationalist. You're gonna be a Liberian nationalist.
You're a little depressed right now, you know.
We're not depressed.
Y'all a little depressed right now, so I get it, you know.
We good, man.
You know, my friends, Freeman, where Foundation of Black Americans.
You can't say it's not possible, man. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, but they've been saying that since I was in like first grade, man.
It's just like there's no the political will, just like the same for in Afghanistan. There's no political will.
Oh, like I said, that's why my job is a campaign to make that happen, you know.
It's same as my job for the Republican of Africa.
Yeah, but the bottom line, hey, look, we'll just see who works out because I'm like this. Hey, look, y'all had 6 years.
But don't you support? I mean, don't both those things overlap? I mean, there's some support.
Definitely, yes, they
do.
I'm
like this. Hold on, I'm like this. Look, I'm like this. You can't serve two masters.
Right? No, if we had a nation here, it would be easier to get some land in Africa.
You can't serve two
masters. I mean, don't you think if you form a nation here, wouldn't it be easier to form?
No, if I form a nation, if I join America, first thing what I would do was get together with the Black communities that already.
I mean, first off, you're going to have to organize here anyway.
Yeah, I know that. I want to organize Black communities that are actually thriving here. You know.
Okay, why are people like Dinah Samir and the people that you already talked to?
All along the East Coast of America. Hold on, I already did my calculations. All on the East Coast of America, there are really up and coming Black communities that are booming. Those are the communities I want to connect with the African. You know,
yeah, they gonna end up connecting with us.
No, they're not. No, they're not. You know,
it's gonna be like we already here, we already built it. We might as well.
Yeah, bottom line, the number of Black people who are actually visiting the continent is growing. Look at the number of Black Americans that live in South Africa right now.
What happened to South Africa? Yeah, South Africa.
So the bottom line is this, you know, and nobody wants to live in no damn Mississippi. You know, nobody gives a shit about no South, man.
People go honor their ancestors and come back. People already talk about coming back to the South.
The bottom line is, we look at the South, man.
You just hate the South, but you're in the South, which is weird.
I don't hate the South, man. I don't hate the South. But I'm saying is this though, when people keep saying
the people in the South.
Hold on. I'm saying like a lot of Black people in the South. Oh, South, look, it's a good place to go to. You know, you go fishing, do some catfish, whatever like that. Nice.
You think we country bumpkins?
There ain't no Black person want to live down there, man. Come on, you know, let's be honest.
We already live here, have been living here for years.
There's only like what, 1 million of you.
No, bro. I live in the most Black populated state in America.
Right, hold up. Let's see.
Colin, I'll say Jackson, Mississippi is more developed than Monrovia. I'll say that.
Jackson, Mississippi is a shithole, you know.
Facts. The internet not going out, Colin.
Yeah, no, our internet didn't go out on Monrovia, bro. Okay. What's the Black population of Mississippi? What's the Black? Black. You know, there's an old saying, what has 4 eyes and can't see? You ever heard that?
Angola is 40 million people, and it's 40 million people right here in America.
Check this out. Look at this. What has 4 eyes and can't see?
What?
Mississippi.
Oh my God.
Anyway, it says searching for Black There's only 1 million black people in fucking the state of Mississippi. That's sad.
30% of 3 million is what, Kyla?
Doesn't matter. The state is not developed. That's about as much as you can get there. And most of
why don't you use Mississippi? Use Mississippi as your test. Your test ground for Africanistan.
Hold on. Check this out. I would guarantee you one thing: if I make it possible for all those people, I could probably get every resident of Mississippi come overseas to the African. You know, what else you got?
So you can get them to build a nation in Africa, but you can't get them to build one here.
Look, Mississippi is chronically poor, right? Impoverishment, hunger.
So is Liberia. Liberia is chronically
hunger, disease, neglect and whatnot. I got a thing for you, King. Right? You know what human rights stands for? You know what human rights
GDP of Liberia, Kyla?
Human rights.
Well, GDP of Liberia is only like $3 billion, $5 billion.
Mississippi.
GDP of Jackson, Mississippi is $37 billion.
Yeah, but bottom line, it's like this. It's not relative. But check this out.
How many times more?
King, you know what human rights stand for?
What?
H stands for hunger. U stands for unrest. M stands for malnutrition.
What does that got to do with Mississippi? Because
that's what's going on there.
Human rights,
and
maybe a lack of human rights.
Neglected Negroes, So
Mississippi is neglected the same way Africa is neglected because black people aren't.
I'm saying to myself, man, that's Mississippi's the third. They say called the third world of America.
Kala, GDP of Liberia is only $5 billion.
Yeah, but they only got to look a small population, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah,
they got 6 million people, the same amount of people that's in Louisiana and Mississippi.
A state inside of America to a little tiny country. Come on.
GDP of Jackson, Mississippi is what? 20 times that.
One point I'm trying to make is this, right? Go to Jackson, Mississippi, right? They call it Jackieville, right? The black people there are doing really, really bad, impoverished,
So ain't there more reason to go there and create jobs and infrastructure?
Hold on. The black people there are on the brink of starvation.
More reason to fix it.
I still remember when you were hating on Charlotte, North Carolina, man. I don't even know why.
Man, shithole,
Hold on, man. That's not shit.
You're never gonna be in a movement talking like this.
Because I want these people to have an option, Let's build the African, Let's build the African. There's nothing going on in these fucking cities in America besides white money and black poverty,
And then anybody with logic is gonna say, okay, build Afghanistan and but I got acres in Mississippi. Why don't we just build that?
So bottom line is this, because we're going to be able to attract foreign direct investment and capital into the.
So you're just from who? Those same white people. Those same white people you're trying to get away from.
Bottom line is this. Hold up, DK. I'm not stupid, right? I don't give a fuck about that. Whatnot. I want a relationship based on business. I don't fuck what somebody's color is, right? But I don't want to sit at the bottom of their civilization. That's what I don't want, So if you want to come and put your money in capital into our land, and you're more likely to do business with us, and you invest, you're more likely to do it, right? But it's gonna be on our terms, That's the way I see it. I'm not one of these stupid ass black nationalists who talk that nonsense. I know the fact of the matter is what I gotta do to do what I gotta do, So bottom line is foreign direct investment. I don't give a damn from Russia, China, Europe, whatever like that. So it is what it is. But sitting there being at the bottom of somebody else's country and civilization, no, that ain't gonna happen. Simple as that. And we are not nationals. Who's this person?
It's gonna happen, Kyla.
But you guys got to get more than 1 million people in that state, man. It's really abysmal, man. That means you got to get 2.5 million more people to overtake the white people. You guys can't even do that.
It'll happen, and then when more black people move down there, white flight always.
Well, why in the world any black person move there? The white flight, white's the ones that create the jobs.
We could create.
Where the black people going to work at? The white people leave.
That's when building infrastructure comes into place.
Okay, all right.
But Colin, you tell me black people can't create an economy in Jackson, Mississippi?
Not in this country.
But how are they going to do that in Africa?
Because the bottom line is this. You look at what's going on. Just look at what Africans are doing wrong and just correct it. Simple as that. Africans got economies. Well, just take what they're doing wrong and build around it. Build on top of it. You ain't got nothing in America. Black people don't control shit in America. Even the most rinky-dink county in America is controlled by somebody white, man. That's the sad part, 100 black nationalists, Pan-African ideology, simplified online. I knew I was about to say survival. That's what it is, I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Now you gotta have Pan-Africanism for black nationalism, because who are you gonna get recognized as a nation by if it's not gonna be another black nation?
No, the bottom line is, first of all, you gotta have a sponsor host country that you build your territory,
which would means you have to have some kind of sense of Pan-Africanism.
Yeah, I know that, But the thing is, the Pan-Africanism is different because Pan-Africanism to people have different definitions. Some people, Pan-Africanism means anybody born on the continent, whether they're black or white, is an African.
Yeah, that's the multicultural Pan-Africanism.
So that is what's dominating Pan-African right now on the continent. So I can't go by everything when somebody says Pan-Africanism, I can't go by what everybody says is Pan-Africanism. I can't do it,
What happened to your friend David Hitt, the military guy? He seemed on board with your Afghanistan.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we're so cool. Yeah, I talk to me all day. We're so cool. We always been like that. We've been conversing for almost 20 years.
Your plan with Pop if Dynas was behind it and promoting it on his show.
Well, the bottom line is, look, the thing is with Dynas, right? And I love my brother Dynas. What?
Dynas a businessman. He not about revolution or no nation.
Dynas is this. His whole thing is he's trying to sell African tours and he's like, Africa is my therapy and all stuff like that. I guess he's so happy when he's over in Africa, right? But my thing with him is, if you really feel like that, how come you don't move there and live there?
Because he's a businessman and he knows he has to be in America for his business to operate properly. His business is taking people from America to Africa, not staying in Africa.
You got to move to Africa and whatnot, you could do better on Lagos. Why would anybody living in New York City, right? New York City's economy is $2 trillion, right? That's like twice as much as the whole entire African continent. Why would you get up there and say Lagos has a bigger economy than New York City? Why would you say something?
He's a business. He's a businessman.
He's a businessman, bro. Like he got
so people bad advice and they go acting on that shit, And next thing you know, they lost everything because they made it
just like somebody following Malachi York or Nature Boy. It's your fault, bro. I don't know what to tell you.
So it is what it is, It is what it is. So, I and my whole thing is he always have these Africans up there, and I don't know what it is. On one hand, they're always attacking Black Americans, right? They use this platform as a place to put all the vitriol. First, I'll go on. Okay, well, we always have criticism of Black America and stuff like that. With Democrats, why we're here in America, blah blah blah. We're America. I agree with that at first, right? After a while, man, I'm like, these motherfuckers are really hostile and hatred towards Black Americans. At the same time, they're trying to tell Black Americans to go to Africa. That y'all belong to Africa and whatnot. It's like, damn.
Because that group of Africans, they think that we have to be on a subservient mental level to them. But that ain't all Africans.
It's like
and to be fair to Dynas, he'll let the FBA people come up there and talk their shit about them too. So it's just a show at this point. He just sits back and let people argue.
And I'm saying to myself, the Africans are acting like they're the big homie and we're the little homie. They're basically like, y'all gotta we got to son y'all because y'all are wayward. You're Black Americans. You're not African Americans. You're Black Americans. I used to hate that. And y'all don't know nothing about Africa. Stop calling yourself Africans. All shit like that they were saying. And I'm saying myself, man, that sort of arrogance is what produced FBA.
Facts.
You know, that's what produced the FBA movement. You know, black people hearing that stuff. That's what basically caused the FBA movement to grow and went out like it did. And
I tell the mature of us that were already Pan-African or really just had any kind of black pride was supposed to ignore that and acknowledge that these are just some Africans. All Africans don't feel like that.
Well, we know that.
All of us don't feel like FBA.
The problem is, like me, I ignored it because it didn't bother me one so bit. But the bottom line is this.
You did do a couple of shows where you was directly sounding like an FBA, though. That's why I'm saying your messages don't be consistent all the time.
Well,
Pan-African one day, Liberian nationalist the next day, FBA the next day, back Africanistan the next day.
You know? They'll say, no, African guys, New York City's GDP is $2 trillion. California is $4 trillion. In New York City, I don't know what you get that from. Is what you call it. And $259 billion is fucking poverty. You know, poverty. No, that's it. So it is what it is. It's not a comparison. Not a comparison. New York City is a financial capital of the world. You know, the world banks, everything like that. All the world financial institutions, the head of the media, advertisement, everything in the fashion, everything that moves the world is in New York City. That little tiny patch of islands and stuff like that. That's New York City, you know?
We're going to build Mississippi up to be for black people.
So, I don't know. So, and bottom line is the Deep South is just too far away from everything, man, you know?
We got a coastline right there.
What?
In Mississippi, Louisiana, East Texas, Florida, Georgia.
People were saying that for the longest time. Nothing happened, though.
We've been saying we've been going to go to Africa since Martin Delaney and never built a nation over there.
Black people don't have to go to Africa, right? Only, as I said, only a few of us have to go. You know,
a few of us never went. Majority of us rejected Liberia.
Yeah, I know. No, they rejected it. It's just, you know, it was just called.
No, majority of us rejected it.
No,
the people that went to Liberia was from Mississippi.
No. Most people who went to Liberia didn't come from Mississippi. They came from Virginia. You know, the majority of settlers came from Virginia and Maryland. Those two states right there, and the next one was South Carolina. That's what states, right? So the only ones that came from Mississippi was people in Sino County. They had a Greenville settlement.
Mississippi in Africa was a 19th century colony in Liberia established by the Mississippi colony.
Yeah, I said that. I said
to relocate free people of color and
hold on. That's right. You can't Google your way out of this, bro.
I said that before I Googled it.
Hold on. You can't Google it. I respect people who got books, man. Look, I studied this, bro. I don't need.
They right there, Colin. Like, what are you talking about?
But you got library.
You got library. Your book, genius.
Yeah. Okay.
Your book.
Oh shit! He got your book, Colin.
I know he does, but read it once in a while. Anyway, check this out.
Yeah, I'd rather read this.
Check this out.
I'd rather read this. Free the land.
Mississippi. The Mississippi settlement was Sino, right? And that's Greenville, Mississippi, created Greenville, Liberia. You know, that was the only.
Which means people from Mississippi, the place you loathed, and built the country you loved.
That was only a small settlement.
Nah,
that was in Sino County. They weren't in Monrovia or any large numbers of people. That was a small settlement called Greenville. And some of those people, after the fact, came back to Greenville. Some people say Oprah Winfrey was part of that. You know, that came back to America. Oprah Winfrey is actually a Liberian. Anyway,
Samuel Alfred Ross, Vice President of Liberia. All right, what we talking about?
So whatever. Yo, go ahead, Afro Theory. What's on your mind?
I lost my. No, it's okay. I'll share when it comes back.
Let me ask you a question, Afro Theory. Now my brother King up here says that they're going to take over Mississippi. Now, Mississippi has 3.5 million people, right? Out of which only 1 million people are black. Do you think he can basically do it?
Yeah, I don't see why not. A lot of black people are migrating back down to the South.
But are they migrating to Mississippi?
Well, eventually people will start spreading out to different parts.
200 years from now?
Well, I don't know, but I mean, that's how things work, and people will start building up. Oh, when the other cities get oversaturated.
You got any stats on that?
I know I can pull it up.
Yeah, pull up how many black people actually move into Mississippi.
Yes, people are moving to Mississippi driven by a low cost of living, affordable housing, and a
mostly white people moving there.
In 2023, the state saw that gain.
I know people moving there, but you talk about Mexicans, whites, and
ain't no Mexicans moving to Mississippi, man.
Ain't black people moving there, bro.
Yes, black Americans are part of a broader new great migration back to southern states, including
Mississippi. You said Mississippi. I didn't say southern states.
I said including Mississippi. You can Google it for yourself.
Let me do it for you since you got your fingers a little,
Yeah, you Google it. Are black people moving to Mississippi? And then Google, are black people moving to Angola or Liberia?
Let's say like this.
Mississippi is larger than the country of Liberia, Colin.
I know, but the thing is, though, the problem is nobody is moving there. From black.
Who's moving to Liberia?
I ain't saying I don't want no black people moving. I never said that. I visited.
We don't want to move there.
I never told anybody that they got to come to Liberia. Did I ever tell you that?
We don't like their flag.
I say whatever. Hold on, that's fine.
We don't like the name. We don't like the name of the capital.
One question. Why did they name the capital of Monrovia after that racist slave?
Because it was started by white people.
Part of Liberia,
and
white people don't go. Simple as that,
It was it was white people.
We trying to get something from the white man. Your beloved country was started by
whatever. So the bottom line, you live in a white man's country right now.
You do too.
So we all do. So what are you talking about?
So we need to separate.
You're on the white man's land right now.
So we need to separate. That's
what I'm saying. So you've been saying that 60 years now.
And we've been saying we've been going back to Africa since 1850.
James Monroe, the guy they named Monrovia after, wanted to get rid of free blacks. That's why he supported.
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, hold on. First of all, that's not true. Monrovia's original name was Christopolis, right? For years.
Why is it Monrovia now?
Hold up. James Monroe, the president, right? Because of him, right? He interceded with the British who wanted to take the country over, right? And the French. And he said, no, you better not
give it to my free niggas, because shouldn't no free niggas.
No. The Liberians have fought for the country. They secured the land, everything themselves. And he recognized he didn't recognize he was the only one that recognized Liberia. The government of America didn't recognize Liberia, right? James Monroe basically gave the support for the country. So in honor of him, he was the only high-ranking official that supported. They named the city in honor of him. That's it. Only because the rest of the United States refused to recognize it, but he did. But it wasn't fully diplomatic. It wasn't fully diplomatically recognized until 1862 with Lincoln. Lincoln didn't was the first to recognize it. That was something like 30 years after the fact. Then Lincoln recognized it as a republic. James Monroe just acknowledged that it existed. So it is what it is. It is what it is. So it is what it is.
I think April had a question.
Justice, I have a question.
Very quick, because I'm going to
how do you think that a black nation within this white racist nation will exist?
I don't know. Ask what you call. I don't know.
She
Well,
not
No,
all
I'm
asking.
asking. I'm asking justice.
Hold on. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me ask you a question, right? Let me add to that, right?
Can I answer her question?
Hold on. There was 70 suspected hangings in between 2000 and 2026. Now, all in the South, the King Justice's homeland. How does he explain that?
Can I let me answer your question after a theory. You saying basically how does this happen? Us having a nation in the South?
Yeah,
She logged off. First, we have to occupy the land. Then you have to build infrastructure. Once infrastructure is built, people actually have something to fight over. That's what the whole Revolutionary War was over.
Well, let me ask you a
gentlemen, hold on. Let me answer this. The people that, them men, the 56 that signed the Declaration of Independence, all those founding fathers, they actually had businesses and infrastructure built here. That's why they had a reason to separate from the British Crown. We had to build infrastructure.
I know,
we don't have infrastructure.
What businesses you have? And what money can you contribute?
I literally just answered that question, bro. We don't have infrastructure in business. We have to build them in the South. And then people have a reason to separate.
But justice, that's okay. So that's where I was getting at. While you're in the process of building that, do you think that white people would destroy that like they did the other black towns?
Nah, you gotta like
what
realize.
Will make it different?
Please,
what will make it different?
I'm about to answer that. First of all, you're gonna have to have security services that you can really have as militias that'll eventually be your military. It's not illegal to have military and militia. And in Mississippi, the gun laws are just like Texas. They basically fucking non-existent. So you can have guns all in the South.
So if they know that that militia with a black nationalist mindset, no different than the Black Panther Party exists, what would stop them from trying to take them down like they did the Black Panther Party?
Let me answer a question. Actually owning the land that you operate in. If you study the Panthers, what they were trying to do was agitate on other people's land. They went to the Capitol buildings and stood on the steps with guns. If we're on our own land, just like my family got land. Can't nobody come on our land and tell us y'all can't have no guns. Because then you literally have castle doctrine and a reason to tell them to get the fuck off my land. They citizens of America just like we citizens of America.
And see, that's I understand that, but that's my thing with where
you saying they'll bend the laws when it comes to us and stuff like that, right? I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and it's like I don't want to be pessimistic because I hope for the best for us in America. Like we try to do what we have to do to progress here, but I just don't. I just feel like it'll be something else. Like why wouldn't they do it? They did it in the past.
We gotta keep trying and trying again because this is the way I figure it. If we go to Africa, we got to deal with our own family and fight them eventually. So, and you might have to fight the white man. So you might as well just fight with a fucking